not as good as their opponents. And when you're looking at Bigetron by Vitality, there were so many games in the MSC, and yesterday when I felt like, okay, they actually have a better draft. And this is a team that has a good amount of coaching staff with
Terang
them,
banget
including
anjay.
Bad Name there as well. But I do know that
Ini emang begini
Vitality
bagaimana guys?
can
Bentar
do
ya.
well. Look for the proper heroes in the meta game that will allow them to be successful in each
Video
of the games that they play. So,
capture-nya
yep,
jauh ya.
Foot
Ada
Esports
color
has to work
correction-nya
with
loh
their
ya.
drafting in order for them to be able to have a chance against Vitality.
We start
Ini aja nggak
by
sih?
looking at the EXP lane. Shogun for Bigetron by Vitality. His Barretts, he was one of the key Barretts players that we got to see yesterday. But Shogun, I really like how he plays the map and how he plays his role, especially with someone like Finn in the roam. We've always talked about how EXP and roam are very interchangeable. They're the ones taking turns in terms of, oh, which one of us will initiate, which one of us is entry to get vision. You can juggle that around. And Shogun just has always, to me, delivered a great balance of being able to do both, no matter the situation. It's like whatever you need him to do, he'll be able to do it. On the other side, for Xe, when he played yesterday against Bushido Wildcats, he also showed off some key heroes, which will be key in the trades in this matchup. Barretts, Paquito. For Bigetron by Vitality against Team Vamos, they had
Ya,
Wilnish,
kita kembali
Ruby,
lagi.
as
Di
well.
hari
And
kedua.
to be reminded that, okay, it wasn't
GOTF
it wasn't
ya.
Shogun that played the Barretts.
Kali ini
It was
kita lanjut ke
Sizga
matchnya
yesterday. So I haven't seen
BTR
Barretts
ya.
and Shogun
BTR
yet.
by
But if
Vitality
I'm Foot, I'm gonna start off by
versus...
making sure Shogun does not end up with that hero.
Gue lupa siapa lawannya.
Um,
Foot kalau nggak salah ya. Foot
there
Esports.
was the
Seharusnya bukan
very
menjadi
first
halangan
performance
yang
of the
sulit ya bagi
Mongols
BTR,
opponent
harusnya
being
clean
Barretts.
sheet 2-0,
The
tapi kita lihat
2026
aja
Barretts
nanti ya guys ya.
Barretts, and it was definitely Shogun
Dapat
that
berapa ya,
showed us how it's
tengok
done.
aja nanti gimana.
I clearly remember
Ya,
there was a time where
tengok.
BTR by Vitality was already losing significantly against their opponents, and what Shogun did was to play the Barretts in a way that you target a specific hero and you make sure that you will be able to eliminate that hero.
Cek
So
1-2.
there's that kind of Barretts mode.
Cek
There's,
1-2.
the
Cek.
idea is you pick
Aman
maybe
nggak
a roamer or
teman-teman?
an EXP laner, which is a vital piece of your opponent's draft. It doesn't have to mean you always target the jungler or you always target the gold laner. Sometimes it's just even the mid lane. The idea is just to
Merah
identify
ya BTR.
which hero can easily be eliminated and will actually take away the nature of the composition of your opponents.
Yes.
Virtuoso.
Oh guys, gua merah anjay. Gimana ya guys?
Barretts Virtuoso. I never thought you could
Yes,
actually put those two words together in the same thought. Virtuoso and then it's Barretts. Big stompy boy, but of course with how they changed up this their ultimate. Honestly, very welcome change to Detonus welcome. And it still makes sense in the lore. For Foot Esports, they did ban out two heroes against Bushido Wildcats. And I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to ban out, especially against Nile today. They took out the Fanny. But even with the Fanny gone, we saw Nile, of course, two Hirara games, plays the Harley, and I'm pretty sure in terms of the jungle pool, we're pretty much stuck with that. Hirara, Harley, Nolan, Fanny, and just trading out those heroes.
Sometimes there could be Suyo in the mix.
That's true.
There are specialists for Guinevere, like what we saw from Kyrie, and I think eventually it will come up, especially when Hirara as well as the Harley is bad, and then Nolan is no longer good, or Soyo is too much. Sometimes the option is to go for the Guinevere, and this happens when good marksman gold laners are available, when reliable marksmen are available, because what that gives you is the option to have the late game intact. And still, heroes like Brody, heroes like Clint, these are heroes that are great in the late game, but also very good in third turtle, in practically the mid game, which allows teams to be more creative when it comes to their overall hero compositions.
I think we can latch onto that thought then. You mentioned, okay, with those gone, you still have heroes like the Guinevere. Would it be good for Foot Esports if they decided to try to call it back to maybe back to utilities in a way? I'm sure there's still always going to be one assassin let through, but if they can somehow manipulate the draft to make it look good for Bigetron to pick up something like the Guinevere or any other utility, do you think that'd be good for them, even if it's like a Barrett's in the jungle for now? Or do they just play assassin?
Lagi nge-lag gini dah, guys.
So for
Ya,
esports, I think it's okay to play utility. Now for vitality,
cek
I
satu,
feel
cek
like
dua,
with
cek satu,
how
cek dua,
Eman
cek satu.
is playing recently, I think it's way better if they focus on assassins. And I'm saying
Anjay.
this not because I don't trust the late game options for Eman. I still do. I think he is amazing, but whenever I see Eman be aggressive in the third turtle, second turtle, first lord, and just get 2 items, just get Sky Piercer, and he's okay with the Brody. Or when he plays the Indo, he's just so disruptive. I feel like but Vitality feels more like a Vitality team when Eman is playing aggressive heroes, which typically
Oriana
happens if
aja
you
kita
have
guys ya.
assassins. So yeah, for
Ini nge-lag
Vitality,
banget, cok. Kenapa?
Nael and Eman, when they play together, when they play with their strengths, I feel like they're a treat to watch. So yes, assassins for Vitality.
It'll be a tough task here for Foot Esports, how they're going to manage, because even their own jungler is assassin coded. It seems like when Kazue can pop off, do his own thing, and really set the tempo alongside his mid trio in Psyche and Blood's then
Cek satu,
there's
cek
so
dua,
much
cek
easier
satu,
for
cek dua,
Foot.
cek satu, cek
But they
dua.
are going
Merah,
against
OBS
Bigetron
gua,
by
cok.
Vitality. It feels like it's the classic question of, do you try to dance the same dance?
Gila, unggahan gue juga ngedon dah.
By
Unggahan.
most accounts should be better at you in dancing that, or do you force them to dance something
Nah, baru hijau nih.
different?
Gila aja lu, 8 menit gue nunggu biar hijau.
You
Untung
yourself
udah
have
mulai
to
ya.
change. I feel like that's always like now, especially in this current meta game, it's difficult because as much as teams would always want to go like, all right, everyone's just gonna be leaning towards early tempo, aggro, snowball this the way, but there might be teams crazy enough here and there to try and change the mold just a little bit, harken back to an older style, just to shock their opponent and get them out of their comfort zone and in their system, and that might work out for Foot if ever.
Yeah, and then what that generally means is they should have figured out their identity by now with esports. It, especially with how the nature of tournaments like this go, it's relatively a quick tournament. It's just a week, right? So you are not incentivized to hide what your strategy pools are, especially if your strategy pool is smaller. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Foot Esports will have to claw their way into the tournament up against the top teams in the region, like BTR by Vitality. Eventually, they will face like the likes of ONIC, the likes of Team Spirit, so even the Falcons, right? So it will be difficult for them to bounce back in the tournament if they don't know their identity yet. If you know your identity, it means that you will have a much better mastery with their hero pool, with your strategy.
Kayaknya kalau lama gini kayak kemarin lagi deh, gila 30 menit ya.
Of winning in tournament.
Udah pakai yang tim sebelah juga udah nampilin ini nih poster.
Decisions, and I think that's the big part that a lot of these teams who have been in the
Ini lagi mic gua kedap-kedip, kenapa bro? Woi.
More cleanly, that's really what it boils down to, right? Information and how fast you can make a choice.
Yep.
Texas 21, Texas 2, Texas 2.
Why they just keep getting better and better. It really is just on after getting that win, they got to trade it into
nice.
objectives here because we see the fights yesterday against NT7. When it comes to the team fights, they're looking pretty strong. In
Ini
terms
udah main.
of how they operate as a team,
Agak anjir highlight.
it's just that when they have the
Jancuk.
advantage, they're just like, okay, we're gonna get kills, and then what next, right? So going up against a systematic team like Team Falcons, I'm just worried that they're gonna be aggressive, but Falcons will eventually find mistakes in their positioning and then just capitalize on that.
I don't know. I think it's the game of footsies, right? I think that, unfortunately, Falcons is just a little bit better at getting a reaction out of people. I feel like Yangfeng Yao Guai, unless there's like a giant sign that says "We fight now," is going to be the biggest issue. Because even against Entity 7, there were moments in this game where they weren't 100% sure whether this was going to be a commitment, and then Entity 7 made the decision for them overall. So that's just one of the few things that I've noticed at the very least. But hopefully, in terms of like the drafting phase, what do you currently think about the Marcel? We're seeing more and more teams actually just not minding it actually getting let through in the draft.
I feel like if there were more bans, they would 100% ban the Marcel as well. It's just that there's too many threats right now, especially those fighters, the Paquito, the Freyas, and then
Ini guys, ini masih highlight ya.
also have to respect
Masih highlight ini.
Aurora as well as the
Bukan gameplay, cok.
I feel like maybe it won't be that big of a problem for Falcons because personally for me, I don't think you need to respect their Paquito that much because Lung has proven himself to be better on the Melissa, quite okay on the Claude, but when he does get the hands on the Paquito, it just doesn't have that killer instinct. Not like the Paquitos that we've seen so far. But it looks like Team Falcons, they're the ones getting this Marcel for themselves. As Team Falcons, they banned the Paquito, the Harley, as well as the Barats. Rarely do we see this kind of ban opener here. And then for Dimfeng Yaguai, Fanny, Freya, as well as Hirara has been banned out. So, I wonder, do they want to just follow up
and make sure everything is all right?
Ya, ngaret lagi, guys.
The games of the future are a very
Ngaret lagi, cok.
challenging
Apa dah?
ordeal. It is a competition
Tempat ngaret. Ini Gotf nih. Sudah.
and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Bawarsak, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
Yummy.
Fluffy inside of fried.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's
Udah draft nih, gue lihat terus deh, iklan terus. Hebat, kamu bang.
butter and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions. Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out court, dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions. These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to kuimus. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have water. What do you say? Asbusen.
Always great to see teams from different countries and nationalities get together and try out some new things. BIGETRON by Vitality and Foot Esports are still getting situated, so while we wait for them to get ready, let's take a breather for ourselves as well. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Stand by because this game could start at any moment. See you in a bit.
Bro ngaras setengah jam cok. Ya. Sesuai jadwal. Ini pelain bro. iPhone cookie barista money. iPhone cookie barista money. Sembilan. Harus spot on time. Exit 25 masuk.
I hope every one of y'all got to get a great breather, quick little break, maybe grab some water, whatnot. We're finally back. A pregame discussion on BIGETRON by Vitality Foot Esports. We are set. We're going to be heading into the draft in just a little bit. Maybe we can get into a little bit more specifics in terms of what to expect. You know, Wolf, there's something that I noticed looking at the drafts from all of the games. There's one hero who's popped out a little bit more in terms of the base. And glue in the rope.
Kita let's go kan kepada game pertama ya.
And is it because Atlas and
Seperti biasa, kamera gua ngebak dulu ya guys ya.
Matchup that we always look at.
Terus ininya
one
Windows.
of them is banned, the other one can run free. Like when Atlas is banned, of course, Beleric becomes, you know, his tier becomes very, very high. It becomes S tier. But the way that you mitigate that is to look for another option, which in this case is the glue. That probably is what is happening now.
Yeah, actually, looking back at it, good thing you pointed that out. Looking at the bans where we saw the glue pop up, it's in games where one of the two are gone, whether it's the Atlas or Beleric. So it seems like it might be the third string option. There's one main option that we must not forget, of course, the Marcel does pop up a lot in the bans and in the major trades, and I feel like generally it's just a good hero to get for yourself. That if any team on the blue side decide to let go of it and would be willingly giving the Marcel to the red side team, I would be scared of that.
Yeah. And in this scenario, both of the Atlas, well, not only the Atlas as well as the Barrack, but also Marcel is open. And BTR just straight up ban the Hirara. Kind of understanding that there is no positive trade for them. And look at how people are now reacting against BTR. After watching that first series, Melissa is now a priority ban for BTR. Against BTR, I mean. This is not a thing, definitely, because there's a lot of things that you have to consider. You still have to think about Marcel. You still have to think about the Atlas, as well as the Barrack and the Valentina to a certain regard. So that is a free ban that BTR will always enjoy when whoever they face.
That's gonna make it a little bit tougher in the trading too. Well, come to think of it, taking out a hero that isn't exactly one of the S tiers that you want to chase right out of the bat opens up a lot of options very quick. It went straight from banning out the Selena to an instant Fanny ban by Foot Esports, one of the heroes that we mentioned. And again, we should be very scared of the team willing
First pick Palem langsung. Oke, dia mau deny antara Atlas atau Belericnya langsung, jadi yang khusus masalah.
Crazy BTR has been drafting, and definitely Foot Esports will be shocked in this first.
And then what? And then what?
Atlas, Beleric, Marcel. What do you pick?
Pick one. Or Barats dulu, Barats. Oh, ya, keluar juga.
That will answer all of that, and that definitely is the Valentina.
Malas ya.
Of the Uranus, though, I believe that Foot Esports have chosen the perfect hero. To be the perfect blind pick hero, because it really is not scared of anything just yet. The Marcel is a good pick overall, so that means that BTR, even when the Barrett is available, they will second guess picking that up. Without any Hirara, Fanny, Nolan, as well as the Harley might be the priority here for BTR.
Atlas Pakito, berarti kanan should be
really understandable. I wonder why they went for the
Duxin,
because it does not answer both the Uranus as well as the Marcel.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious now that you're most likely
Duxin,
consider this for either one of the carry
atau mau memitnya belakangan, mau jungle dulu, yes. Yes. Gak tahu sih kalau ISS di sini susah pak membayar.
I guess it will also make them think twice about banning out the Esmeralda. Even though it'd be great against them, you mentioned the Harley, it does get picked up. They have the Uranus and EX.
Harley ya dia pick up.
I guess it's like just for a quick hezzy for Foot. It's like, oh, do we still ban the Esme? Are we confident that this Paquito can still go XP? It doesn't really need to. They still have mid and gold they need to pick up. They will be the first pick on the swing back. might be good for them to lock in their mid laner and then just adjust their gold lane pick depending on how BIGETRON by Vitality rounds out their draft in the blue side.
Yeah. Harley, overall, the good pick. I think the Foot Esports have managed to find the
Harusnya Foot ban ini ya,
really well.
junglernya.
Just is scary is will they find
Oke,
a
ban
way
strong lane-nya.
to,
Nggak apa-apa.
finish this off? So they will ban the Brody. That means that we might just see a typical Moskov going up against the Claude matchup. At the same time, the flex is scary for BTR because this Paquito can be played in the gold as well. Now, that being said, BTR can just take away the roam. Oh, no, not really the roam. Actually, the mid lane
Mid-golds.
Yeah. Against a Valentina, you think always Gord or Jushin.
Ben Melissa.
Yeah, I like those two. Those would be really good for Foot. Gord Harley has always been a terrific combo together.
Oh, Ben Jushin.
So that might be the
Okay.
biome. They take out the juice in. Maybe they might just commit both bans into the mid laner, but might be a little bit overkill. They'll need to consider at least one gold ban, I think.
Yeah. But, hopefully, it does not reveal anything. Well, one thing that will benefit them if they do focus on the gold lane bans, like Claude, for example, is that you will really panic if you're a Foot Esports. You might not have enough options in the gold lane. Let's just say the Claude is taken out, then where do you go next? You don't know where the Paquito is going. You can't just go for a carry because carry fourth pick, for example. That will not happen. They might even be required to last pick their gold laner because of how limited their options are and how scary the Paquito can be. So Hanabi ban, of course.
All right. Let's take a closer out with our Arlot Hanabi ban. Makes sense. And wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they
The
won with the
trauma is real
Hanabi
for BTR,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it feels like. It's, the trauma is real, but I mean, they were able to show up with it. Oh, here's a classic call.
Hanabi.
Will think about just doubling down on all the
Gila
combos
juga
for the
ban
matchup.
Hanabi.
You get like a Kimmy in the mid, then you just get a Granger to round it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be an option, which means BTR has to brace themselves for that one. That means
Ruby ya?
Senshin is
Maka Ruby XP. Aku gold.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yesus jungle yang fix guys.
Logical option, unless they're not gonna send this Ruby to the EXP. Oh no, it could. Some players have done that
Berarti Foot
Shogun did play it
S-Mac kah?
before. And that means that Paquito
Pove S-Mac Pove bagus sebenarnya guys.
such a flex.
Kalau mau Pove,
But then again, they will reveal their jungler soon. It's going to be Harith. So,
oke, Harith di sini bagus. Lah, pakai itu jungle ya berarti.
Jungle
Ya udahlah.
SP Ruby, Gold Lane Harith, Foot Esports can still go for the Granger.
Kanan butuh badan lagi nggak sih?
Might be scared of the Granger versus Harith matchup.
Apa mau MM lagi?
Skills matchup the way if you like it, but
Cloud?
Granger overall is I would say a normal pick for Foot Esports. Maybe the strangest that they can do is
Soalnya menurut gua Kimi di sini bisa gendong sih.
or a Claude, but the Granger just rolls in nicely their composition.
good string of damage, poke, burst. Puts a lot of pressure onto Xe and Bloodsphat for sure in terms of making sure the team is well prepared. Wait a minute!
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a gold lane Esmeralda.
S-Mac.
And you know what I don't like about
Bisa nih guys. Kanan
What?
draftnya secara logika imbang ya.
Esports, School
Nggak
of
gameplay nggak tahu nih.
and wizardry. No
That's true.
physical damage.
Iya nggak ada physical ya.
It has not worked before. I doubt it will work now. It's not like even the case of a gold lane.
Si Bro langsung pick ini sih
True damage.
Harley.
It's actually something that's
Kayak no urgensinya nggak ada gitu pick Harley di situ.
for sure, but Uranus,
Jadi yes cok.
Kimmy, Esmeralda, Harley. There's some true damage in there for sure, but this is like way too much magic damage that
Real.
that anyone should be allowed with. I don't know. Foot Esports
way too much.
better play perfectly.
Oh.
They can easily be taken out in this game number 1.
On the flip side, there's a chance, slim at that, for Foot Esports to suddenly just
Yeah.
snowball with all of this magic.
Nah, harusnya menang kiri nih guys ya.
But again, that's a big if. Historically, lineups like these have turned into magic damage
Menang kiri, menang kanan.
versus radiant armor.
Liga menang kanan ya.
Versus Athena shield. And those items will just stop everything that Foot would want to do. Well, not completely.
Terus kan gue mau pindahin juga.
The effectiveness of their composition.
Tutupin Marcel.
And there are so many good
Oh,
vests
poking banget tuh.
Radiant armors versus the Athena shield, especially because BTR have went in for the Paquito, went in for the Ruby as well as this Atlas. And to be fair, you are already feeling
Dibelikirin.
output of Foot Esports in the early
Flicker loh ya.
This is what we're talking about when it comes to the magic
Kurang banget mereka nih. Di early. Pakai boran pula ya.
They have to operate through this timer. They have to play fast. They have to dominate early and get as much wins as they can. I'm pretty sure they're going to be hungry to get a quick kill onto Nile and delay the progress of this Paquito jungle as much as possible. Because if they cannot get those early wins,
Paku jungle ya.
it's gonna be a very harsh check towards their damage profile against the more balanced damage profile of BTR by Vitality. Bloodspet baits out the perfect match. Quick little stun there from Psyche.
Mahal gila.
Getting chased down, and that's the
Nice subul.
down. Let's see if the damage will be enough to turn
Nah juga mati tapi.
Shogun Psyche takes down
Nah guys, ya kan? Sesuai yang gue bilang ya. Ini gendong sini tuh.
double kill for this Kimmy.
Dari nangkep Kimi di sini aja.
For them to play perfectly well, they are playing so well and aggressively too. Have taken over the turtle and they are now taking some of the jungle camps for BTR. Bloodsfed on.
Malah menit itu belum 4 cok.
The Marcel is on a team that has early game snowball because of this. Actually can set up more. Nile is a very
Ya Allah.
as well as Finn, but against Psyche as well as Bloodsfed, they're running down the
Keren banget cok.
able to survive for that.
Farming di mana ini nah cok?
They have stopped Nail from farming, and they will keep on doing this. Want to steal away the orange. I think this is the way that they're playing. That this should be played. Not only are you aggressive,
Ya Allah.
but you're also oppressive.
Kirinya pegangin Uranus, bawahnya pegangin Beongnya 3 orang.
Courtesy of wizards. Instead of
Pakunya nggak bisa farming.
hearing Alohamora and whatever the hell spell you know, and it's working out. I mean, they're playing around their conditions so well. I mean, this is why on the other side we do have our doubts.
Mau balikin juga susah. Harus pakai Harit. Banget Haritnya harusnya dipegangin Esme.
They know what they're doing. They know that they have to play like this. They know that there's a timer of, oh man, once those magic defense items start showing up, we're not going to be able to do this. So it's a question of how fast can they get their items for their Harley. Maybe if they'll put a Sky Piercer on either the Harley or the Kimmy at this point, just so that you can get that extra little kill power to get that out. And it's perfect. They know what they need to do.
Yeah. It seems like they have prepared for this specific moment. This is not their first rodeo. They felt like the Esmeralda encountered the Harif, which is true.
Ini udah ngekat duluan tuh.
Like that, up to a specific point. I will not.
Ya mau di trap Haritnya.
BTR can do with this composition though, but 2000.
Haritnya mau di trap Haritnya. Haritnya? Oke, kalau gitu. Golden Hour. Cabut.
Marcel cosplay just a delay. Get done by Foot Esports, but here comes Foot with their Esmeralda and their Harley. Shogun takes a lot of damage.
Diangkat. Bakbuk. Gak ada damage. Nice try. Di skip kirinya guys.
Drive by my magic wands, and it's too much for BTR by Vitality to handle. You're a wizard, Foot.
Very
Ada.
commendable usage of the traction.
Dan guys, kalau drop yang tinggal gameplay.
Amazing usage and piloting coming out from Bloodsfed on this.
Ini aku pakai apa dah?
Didn't have the
Balerik dong.
golden hour in that clash that they won with, but the way that he stuns and actually helps the
Jadi punya Marcel ya?
members of Foot Esports nailed
Agak ada ngimbangan gitu.
shots by actually stunning their opponents is really good. Oh no. A great usage of the ultimate, but XE will be able to trade. Fortunately for Foot Esports,
Bunuh.
just the Marcel.
They didn't need to take that trade. RX trying to go after Emon, but it felt like at that point he just got baited into it instead of committing an escape. But he didn't burn the Purify. He just paid for it with his life. XE now trying to focus on the turret and mid, gets cleared up by Finn and Moreno. Did the minion waves. Foot Esports, I think it's starting to bite back onto them. It might be getting to the point where BTR by Vitality have the tools to answer this, but they know they have to continue this pace up until they realize they can't. Then they need to start slowing things down.
Traction Pulse committed. Shogun is able to run away. I feel like Foot Esports in general, if they keep on taking away the jungle camps coming up from BTR, it means like BTR cannot get into the late.
Wih,
and
dapat 2.
also beat the late. Okay.
Wih, Ruby mahal banget.
Ultimate fatal links in
They come back ya.
was a setup of the century here for BIGETRON by Vitality. Foot Esports were not ready for that.
Masih comeback.
Admittedly, neither was I. Did not expect BTR would pull the trigger like that and make it look so clean. They take 3 down and they'll
Masih
get
sempat
turtle number
kabur.
3.
Yes, nih.
Unless Kazue is
Slownya banyak, sisanya banyak, Cok. Ada puri kelar lah.
Maybe Foot might just try, but BIGETRON will be able to take this very quickly.
With their best. Bloodspit is here though. Going for the frame does not have the golden hour. We'll just give away the turtle for that. RX wants to chase
Yang ngasih Atlas loh ya.
but it seems like BTR have just gotten out just in time. And I think that this is Bloodspit just making sure that he will keep on having the Thunderbelt stacks. It is important for Foot Esports to keep their foot on the gas when it comes to taking the jungle, but they cannot give away big team fight vets onto BTR, just like what happened in the bottom lane. This time they will try to push bottom instead of taking the orange. Nail will secure his orange and will eventually get to his purple buff. But the reward for Foot Esports there was to get that push onto the bottom lane.
Moreno has been stellar in this game. 4-1-1 and double kill in the last big fight. And Foot, they might just be reaching the point, that fork in the road, in terms of whether or not they can make this lineup work. They're getting pushed back. Little by little, the capability of their lineup to bully BTR by Vitality into submission, into their side of the jungle, is happening less and less. So maybe 1 or 2 big team fights to solidify whether or not Foot can still do this early on, because the longer this stretches out and the tankier in terms of magic defense the members of BTR by Vitality get, the worse it gets for Foot.
Keangkat.
Fatal Links gets countered a little bit, but Bloodspit is
Baru lihat
not
gua.
survive that onslaught. It is getting to that point. They're way too tanky. The magic defense.
Kejadian yang kayak gitu gua baru lihat.
Forcing out the Kimmy. Kazue gets spotted out here by Nile. He's gonna chase him down. This Paquito going after the Harley. Full on combo. Fork in the road, and it is gone to the way of BTR by Vitality. Right in time for Lord number 1.
The moment that Foot Esports' formation was broken down by BTR because of that snag, the Fatal Links committed on just 1 hero, it was enough. BTR, they understand the scenario. Foot Esports has to be complete as 5 when they wanted to win. But that does not happen, and they will try to explore. They will be successful in doing so. Bloodspit and be able to run away. Every time that there is -1 coming out from BTR, Foot Esports will not be able to win the team fights. It will take the whole village of Foot Esports just to win, and BTR has found out that that is their secret, and what they'll do now is just to group up and take one after the other.
Pin harus bikin darah sih.
By Vitality's team fight targeting, specifically Moreno on this Valentina, has been stellar. Single-handedly keeping Psyche away from that fight, getting 2 shadow strikes in towards the Kimmy.
Oke, 3-2.
him out, and then suddenly it just looked really bad for Foot to fight.
Haritnya coba atas.
So BTR, they themselves, they know their condition. It will reach that point, and we are finally there. Where in the lineup of Foot is gonna greatly struggle against the lineup of BTR by Vitality.
Lihat guys, cuman gara-gara satu momen ya. Balik cok, gini. Ini harus ngapain nih Uranus? Uranus ngapain Zir?
Of course, you can see the sign if you're the player, but not so obvious if you are from our perspective here. Look at Eman right under tower.
Uranus ngapain Zir?
Get the last hit. But it was the Harith dancing beneath tower number 1 in mid through his own Zaman force that made that look easy. Foot Esports are getting dismantled. The Lord falls top side. BTR by Vit will continue their push, trying to take some tier 2 turrets.
It looked really good at the start, Redmar. It looked like Foot Esports knew what they had to do, but
Wah, mati siapa Shogun?
Shogun might
Type tapi TRX. RX Sakuri. I didn't know that.
Foot Esports. They will need more of those if they want to get back into this game. Because as it stands,
Ngantuk Jir, jujur dah.
Naturally, the bottom lane as well as the top lane gets pushed by the big minions spawned by BTR.
Everything falls now on this Kimmy for Foot Esports, for Psyche to stay alive as long as possible, start getting some items in. Kazuya, of course, will be there with the deadly magics, and that's where you can start it off. But the survival of this Kimmy is important for them to be able to turn this game around back towards their favor. It's even out somewhat as that little win in the center now allows Foot Esports to open up the map. But in the next big sequence, Moreno will have the golden hour of the Marcel ready for BIGETRON by Vitality.
And what this entails for Foot Esports is that they will need to go for this kind of play. They're looking for the target Renmar, but Bloodsfit already showed himself.
Gila, paketnya full damage.
Not the best target, but
bakbuk, beuh.
can participate in teamfights.
Tak coba lah Esme.
The golden hours being exchanged. There's gonna be a big -1 coming out from BTR. They weren't able to protect their Esmeralda, Renmar.
Without the Esmeralda, they lose a major frontliner.
Orang.
Jump now onto XC.
Gue mau nyari orang gimana nih anjing? Tahuan gak? Tahuan anjing. Gak jelas tuh orangnya kemana nih. Balik lagi dia.
Is looking towards the Kimmy. Someone's inbound. 3 versus 5. This is going to be too tall a task for BTR by Vitality. Unless somehow they can get close enough. It looks like with how Kazuya is positioning, they will back off. BIGETRON by Fit gets Lord number 2.
Massive pick off and then followed up by another one. BTR just way too
Oh kan makan pedas pun kagak ngaruh guys. Gue perlu beli pop ini, kopi guys.
We talked about how Foot Esports needs
Kagak ngaruh anjir.
We talked about how they should be the one oppressing the jungle of BTR, but all of that gonna be denied by BTR from that bottom lane win. And they did. They were down by 2,000 gold, but one fatal links that caught 3 members of Foot Esports that had Purify, by the way. Still wasn't enough. It's because of Finn, it's because of Moreno. And now BTR by Vitality, they're poised to take the top lane turret.
Ah, si Shogun belum mati ya. Oh, Frozen kagak masuk damage-nya. Mahal. Dah menang game gitu. Gila. Mereka ngebalikin ya di mid game. Kalau di game mereka kuat banget tuh. Ini Marcel. Aku nggak bisa gimana cok.
When we talked about the draft, you were really scared for the composition of Foot Esports, focusing on magic damage, and you also mentioned that it would only take the Radiant Armor or Athena Shield or a couple of magic defensive items for BTR to take over this game. They did that, for sure. But the timing was just so right in the bottom lane where they were able to find 3 kills out of nowhere. Nile was having a lot of trouble securing his farm. The Harith was not being activated. There were so many kills onto this Atlas, but eventually BTR have found the perfect team fight to get the game back around in their favor, and afterwards they have identified all they had to do was to get those pickoffs for them to be able to win the succeeding team fights.
It's the recognition of your conditions. Know what you need to do, and then you'll be able to start taking it. Early on, Foot Esports, you know that they have that early game damage going very well for them. This is very tailored to them and their own understanding of this metagame. Wherein, yes, this lineup does well in the early, and there's a chance you could go snowball out of control here. But if you want to do that snowball, I was wondering, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was not a single Sky Piercer built by anyone in the team. I believe they were thinking, okay, you don't need to build Sky Piercer because there's the Harley anyway. In a way, it's sort of the same. But if you really want to double down on the idea of winning it early, you gotta put that Sky Piercer, though greedy as it sounds, on that Kimmy. Get those stacks, and it makes it so much harder for BIGETRON to eventually turn it around. Like, around this moment, imagine if they had a Sky Piercer, it'd be way too risky for them to try and take. And this was the moment right here, where Fit, with a flicker and fatal links, slowly then got to bring BIGETRON by Vitality into this game to this point where Foot Esports just could not get a footing anymore.
And afterwards, it's just a slew of -1, -1, -1. Foot Esports just cannot regain their composure. Golden Hour were on point anymore, coming out from Blood's but rather just copies it, throws it back to Foot Esports. It's been ever so reliable on this, at least once. 0 on this. BTR are at that level right now of confidence. Should be difficult for Foot Esports back from. Well, at least this is harsh. Less all of those kind of compositions. It just
patah bang.
Over time, again, look at that. Radiant armor, Radiant armor, Radiant armor. And that was it. That was game. It was so difficult for Foot to get one. They needed to commit a lot of damage onto whoever gets hit by the Deadly Magics. The time Shogun got picked off in the mid, they needed a little bit help from the turret as well, alongside that. And then they didn't have any more resources onto anyone else. If you want to make this work, you have to have Sky Piercer in someone. There's no way of skirting around that. Get the glowing wand, sure, but after that, get the Sky Piercer. Hell, rush the Sky Piercer if you have to, because it's a clear idea of what you want to do early on.
Yeah. Very unfortunate, and I hope that this is the last time that they will try this. We already know that this is not the best way to approach an MLBB match. There's a reason why there are items like Kiras as the Radiant armor. This you from focusing on the damage source overall. To be fair, let's not deny the fact that Foot Esports were winning up until Radiant armors were picked up, until Finn, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that this kind of composition, it's not impossible to win with it. You just have to really stick with your win condition. There's just way too much on the list, right, to think about when you have this kind of lineup. It's not impossible, it's just very difficult.
So this is the other side of the coin we're talking about in terms of leaning towards one very clear and specific idea. You still have to have respect for damage profile values. Let's see if Foot Esports can force the issue and go to a game number 3, or will BIGETRON by Vitality end it in game number 2 with a sweep? We'll find out after the break.
-1 coming out from BTR. They weren't able to protect their Esmeralda, Renmar.
Өлкөңүздөр әр кадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Lagu ini lagu NCS apa gimana, Cok? Cepat dah, sumpah.
Magic. It's a way you can describe what BIGETRON to do in game number 1, the damage profile of Foot Esports in game number 2, and what they might need to pull from inside their hats to force a game number 3. Again, still, clearly, Foot knew what they needed to do. Pedal to the metal. They were winning early, but it just hit them, and that realization of this isn't going to work in the mid to late. This is where now we look towards balance, not in terms of identity of what the lineup needs to do, but just damage profile. Have some physical in there, even just one. That's why we're looking for. That's why we were looking for the Granger at the end of the draft for Foot.
Yeah, it seems like for Foot Esports, what did they were able to achieve in that game was to just make it a difficult mid game, like literally the third turtle as well as the first lord. That's the sweet spot. Even when you're thinking about their lineup of having only magic damage for them, and even the late game.
Coba untuk bacamu. Gue nungguin. Maaf.
It's just that BTR are just way better at the identification of their threats, and most importantly, have just a way easier composition to really pull off. They went in for the Paquito jungle because they flexed it as their blue 3. They went in for the Harith, expecting the Granger. Actually, I think they were literally expecting the Granger. They couldn't pick it up for themselves. But
Graphic.
they countered it with the Harith in case. I think that's what their mind was at as well. The kind of condition.
Draft. Game 2 BCR versus POT. Emang ada yang sama nggak sih?
That Esmeralda just to counter it.
Ben Marcel kah, respect.
You also did say that maybe they would be wary of picking up the Granger into the Harith, and yeah, that makes sense, honestly, like as a theory that they just decided, let's just pack the Esme. And then I don't know if they realize that with that decision that their damage is all skewed towards magic, or they leaned in on it. Leaning in more to the idea that they leaned in on it and just accepted that it might be tough. But again, if you want to do that, I will die on the hill. Someone needs to build a Sky Piercer. Foot Esports decided to take away the Hirara, left open here. Instead of picking up the Marcel, instead of picking up the Valentina, so many high-profile heroes, so good for this meta, are available for the taking. I think Foot Esports are banking on the hope that they might be able to get away with a Barrett's in blue 2-3, considering that Uranus has been banned out by BIGETRON.
Yeah. Already though, Foot Esports have secured an important hero in the meta game. BTR, how will they answer this one? I think that a third pick Brody might not be too far an option, maybe even a priority with it, but of course the Valentinas, the Barret, as well as the Barretts, ever so reliable in the meta game that we have. Foot Esports, this time they will have to look for another source of damage. I feel like not only just the Hirara, so maybe, just maybe, they're the ones to pick up the Brody themselves, or if they want to be really safe with it, I think a Paquito will not be as bad. Although there's a Barretts on the opposite end, I think that you're okay against the Valentina.
Ooh, it's gonna be really tough here. Foot Esports, they thought that maybe they could get away with that gambit of getting that Barrett's for themselves, as it would make sense for Valentina Marcel to get locked in by BTR. But again, it's a Valentina with them. They're happy of letting go with the Marcel. They'll still end up with the Esmeralda. And of course, the aforementioned Roamer. By the way, it seems like so far, similar picks for Foot, except for that Hirara. So, and they don't really have an answer for a Barrett's just yet, and they need to start building around that Barrett's.
Yeah. Cell is...
Link. Tapi link ada Marcel susah sih.
Effective as most heroes up against.
Aku aja lagi,
I
Paku.
think the Valentina priority pick coming from BTR just allowed this to happen. So it will be the Harley this time for their side. Really just self-explanatory in a way that this is a typical pick now going up against the Hirara. So what you're looking for Foot Esports is to deny strong side laners for BTR. So I think both the Brody as well as the Paquito might be there two heroes that can be piloted by Eman, and two heroes that will be a problem for them in the upcoming game.
Ada nickname memang Saiki itu.
Up there on the
Saiki.
Harley. The
Tabaraha,
attack taken out by
Saiki.
Bigetron. So that would have
Saiki.
stopped the Harley in its track, but I might have been okay with letting that through, considering that
Keren bahasanya Sabaraha Saiki itu.
might also want another option for the mid lane ultimate to take instead of just taking the golden hour over and over again, so that they have a little bit of a better layering and options instead of being so one.
Kanan bandit lagi sih, band apa ya?
Atlas getting taken away by Foot makes sense. No roamer yet for Bigetron. They have the Valentina, so definitely you need to take that away.
Tunjuksin
I
apa
still
lagi
do
bro?
not see answers for the Barretts, and as I'm trying to run them through my head, they might actually just not be able to get it unless they somehow
Yang Benelia.
play Shogun as a team to get those Barretts down to 2 deaths very early on.
Yeah. So the Atlas maybe actually, you know what? Maybe they should be the ones to ban the Paquito as well. I mean, I'm talking about Foot Esports, but for BTR, they just have to take. Okay, of course, the Hanabi. Always think about it. Oh, trauma response.
Hanabi.
That's what this Hanabi means.
Mungkin suka main Hanabi jadi band Hanabi 2 kali ya.
I will stick with that analysis actually, because I mean, all things considered, they have a lot of tools to deal with Hanabi. They even have
they do.
Barretts.
They just decided no, never again.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so do they pick up the Paquito now, or will they just go for their own choice, which probably is
Guys, gue mau ambil makanan dulu ya. Bentar lagi guys, 5 menitan lagi nih. Gue bakal bawa dulu ya.
what else is there for the room?
Dulu di band, romernya habis tuh. Romernya habis. Aku susah.
That's good because they don't have to be worried. They have the Barretts. They also have the Valentina, so they don't have to worry about that. That's a good call actually, Redmar.
Mati udah
I hope that's their choice.
I hope so too. Again, I like it when I saw
Brodai dulu ya.
Okay, no Minotaur just here.
Ini sih draftnya jujur ya. Nggak ada arah dong.
Yes, draft earlier
for sure.
Romer gak ada. Apa lagi? Siapa lagi guys? Romer. Romernya harus banyak TT di sini dan sustain. Apa tidur?
Good thing actually for BTR. Maybe they can consider the Matilda now, apart from the Minotaur. Although the Minotaur still is.
Matilda, Matilda ada Esme juga sih ya. Terserah. Kalau misalnya Matilda, bantu balas sama Brody-nya jalan aja sih.
Esmeralda, but overall good way to activate the Barretts as well as the Brody.
Alright, you're gonna close this out. Maybe some good long range poke or double down again on the Kimmy if you want. Just get a Skybreaker, but you do need that reach. So close to mid range might be the best bet. Some long range bombs.
Guys.
That's the long range, and those are some bombs.
Apa? Loi.
You get the Moscow and get the
Nice Loi.
play the map.
Gila main mapnya ada Moscow sih jalan jauhnya ya.
It's just way to
apa romernya?
With her as well as the Moscow, but they do have the Loi to help the Moscow farm up quicker. As well as the Hirara. So,
yes, karena nanti guys.
Such a great way to finish it up, BTR.
Yeah, they should be able to run and gun this very quickly, harkening back to a similar lineup utilized as well by ONIC yesterday. Let me just double check. Why do I feel like this was the exact same lineup they played against Pro? No, it's just the Mathilda and Barris. It's the same, but pretty much the same ideas here. What are the conditions we have to watch out for here, especially for Foot, if they want to force a game number 3?
Okay, you'll have to think about securing your jungle first. And to be fair, they do have Louis as well as the Marcel, so they have a lot of information that they can get. And also, they can take care of the jungle easier with that kind of combo. So that's number one. So take care of your jungle, take care of your turrets. Second is be careful where you fight, right? It's best if you just farm on your side of the river. you know, a few jungle camps. I think when you can, if you up in the way, if they last until the 15-minute mark, and if you get to that point when BTR not too far ahead, you do have a way to win this head to head when it comes to the late game.
One thing you have to watch out for with Edmund on this Brody is that big blitz. Where they start just grouping up together as an entire team to rack hella stacks on this Brody if they do want to still pack it up, with the Sky Piercer, or if this might be a Sky Piercer less Brody that we will see. They are paired up with a Harley after all. Usually, that's what we see from teams. You already have a Harley, don't need a Sky Piercer.
All right. XC will aid Kazaway in invading this Rock Ursa, but Finn is here ready for the defense, as well as Shogun up top. But they will keep their jungle camps intact. They still want to fight this. They want to go dive for Finn. Not sure who was able to take it. It seems like, just basing on the XP, it's going to be Kazaway, but Psyche now very low. Actually survives from that one. A very close call. That would have put BTR good advantage, but fortunately for Foot Esports, they were able to equalize, and they also took away one of the jungle camps, which means that in this war of attrition, Foot Esports has a little bit of advantage, especially because they also denied 1 million literally from Moreno.
And what Psyche was doing in the mid to disrupt Moreno,
Ya,
while the other
gimana
members of the
menangnya?
squad, specifically Blotsfet,
Mati sih Shogun sih di sini sih. Banyakin dulu. Harus banyakin satu. Harus Shogun gak kena. Mati Exi. Nice. Wih, retringnya Nael. Lain-lain emang.
Means bad news for Foot as BTR can now invade towards a purple buff. They're trying to protect it. Kazaway will get so.
Gue kira bakal menang kiri ya, menang kanan ya gara-gara mati ya.
It's gonna be
Counter Marcel itu jungle plus mati loh. Entah lah guys. Wah, nggak kena lagi tuh Shogun.
Close range Daytona's welcome will miss, and of course the flying dinosaur. Stuff of Legends, Finn able to help the Barretts get through the wall away from his oppressors and be able to get back to farm. BTR committed Grand Theft Purple successfully.
One thing I want to try out is if you can still hold the charge of the Detonus welcome, press the guiding winds, still have the charge going, and then let go so you can like let go of it in the air or something. But topside, speaking of letting go, BTR did not want to let go of their momentum that they had, positioned themselves well, and Shogun got to bait XC into checking the bush, taking out the Esmeralda as a squad alongside Moreno and Nile.
And they were able to push up top because of this. BTR
Oke dulu ya guys ya.
advantage that they have, economical move that they did allow them to have a 2,000 gold lead over their opponents, Foot Esports. Such a great way to maneuver across the map. And this time they will be losing Moreno in the process. Foot Esports are quickly going to be transferring down the bottom lane. Blotsfet might be way too fast in rotating. He gets taken out by
Mainnya pada nge-build itu, cok.
I think that was such a
Padahal berpotensi guys.
after winning the first fight. Look at this. Flicker force from Psyche.
Flicker from Psyche.
Already the Detonus welcome committed. Eman close by if he wants to join in. RX ready as well. Level difference.
Eman mati. Pro. Eman mana backupnya? Backupnya mana? Backupnya Psyche mati. Ditelen. Bloodlet mati.
Once again, he just got back and he got taken out. No contest here by Foot Esports for this hurdle. They have to back.
Oh, they have to back down for sure. XC, gotta be careful there. Fortunately, Shogun does not have the ultimate, so yeah, XC will get away for free. But then again, that's a turtle. Okay, wait. Eman finds one. No Sterara is there.
Wes, di dodge loh ya.
Section 1 tries to get away. Will it be on cooldown? Doesn't need it. They will not push through. They will just have. They just want to
Dodge, dodge.
push us up, allow Eman for to farm up. And at this point, Blotsfed is actually taking so much damage from Eman. And there we go. 5 minutes 36 seconds. There's the Sky Piercer now available for Eman.
It's time. It's time for good old Blitzatron. Hunt down the next target. Get that Sky Piercer for this Brody ASAP.
It's Eman time. You gotta be ready for esports. You gotta be ready.
Gameplay.
It's going to be a teleport.
Gameplay atas. Mapnya ke atas dong.
For Eman.
Duh, Eman nggak kesempet narik ya. Kan udah di Vin.
Successful with their mission. Now they want to turn their
Gak sempet narik kah dia, guys.
Not get the kill of the Matilda, but they do get the kill. But how about that takedown onto Eman, who just freshly picked up his Sky Piercer? Gotta be denied of that.
Ini juga bisa dimakan dulu ya, guys ya.
It's like they knew.
Dimakan dulu.
They had a feeling. They saw the scouting report from the last time we saw Eman pick up a Brody. Don't let him get the momentum after he gets that Sky Piercer. And maybe this is where they find the light of hope.
Set, dimakan, puri, mahal.
Sudden detonus welcome, but actually already committed the Purify out. So that's a battle spell for ultimate. For esports, if I'm them, I have to try and make a move, knowing that there's no longer a detonus welcome available. Blotsfed with a frozen moment. The circling eagle is perfect. Moreno gets to take out the Marcel, and Foot Esports gets split up yet again. BIGETRON made that look easy for that trade.
Oh, and now they will just be able to get this struggle for themselves. Quick decision making coming out from BTR, and again punishing Blotsfed from being ever so aggressive. At the same time, though, that is how you should play this Marcel. But at this point, he has not enough Thunderbelt stacks. He is easily taken out. Nael forcing out this retribution. Kazue will not be on time. Actually, he did not have his own retribution. Whereas Shogun wants to take out RX. Look at how much damage this Bats was able to do. And RX will not commit the flicker. Knows that he can survive, but man, that's a lot of health that's taken away from him.
Face cam kenapa kok mati, Jir? Nah,
around this orange buff.
mana atas lu, Yud? Tahu, Jir, hilang. Masa satu live doang baru muncul? Maksud gua kenapa muncul cuma satu live doang?
You have to go through that little prompt of, oh hey, this isn't an EXP lane hero. Are you sure you want to pick it? I think after this meta, Muton needs to adjust that.
Mantap banget gue, Jik, jujur, Jik, sumpah.
Definitely so good in the
Akhirnya gue beli kopi, Jir.
Maybe a little bit too good, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, too good.
Di sini gue kayaknya mau beli makan dulu dah.
The
TP for nothing ya ke bawah.
Evade the army of Foot Esports knocking up top. What just to push down the bottom lane for a trade-off.
Waduh, bro dijahat ini cok itemnya cok.
Because it means that they might be able to pop the holy shield.
Bro dijahat, valennya juga jahat. Watch ditelan. Mana damage-nya follow up. Mati, nice. Dah mid dulu aja. Buset itu Eman. Jik, udah bisa lihat nilai itu belum? Tuh yang di grup muncul.
Then again, there's so much control that BTR has around their base.
Yeah. We're good right now. Foot Esports very safe on their side. BIGETRON by Vitality will now control the jungle and steal away a purple buff from the Hirara of Kazue. Cosplayed RX there for a moment as the Moskov. And look at the spread of BTR. They sent the Barretts alone. Look at how nonchalant Shogun is. He doesn't care. The Esmeralda's dancing around him. Blotsfed close by. Golden Hour. Perfect detonus welcome again. Finds the mark onto Psyche. No more Lonye. And that's a good chunk of damage gone. But Nile got a little bit too greedy. He got caught out. BTR still have their front line for their Brody. Maybe they can get something out of it. For 1-for-1 trade, 4v4. Both teams back off.
BTR, good find on the Psyche. I wonder why Niall was too aggressive in that regard. I think that they wanted to take more kills afterwards, but a kill of the Psyche already means that you can actually win the Lord fight. Now, Psyche is back in the game. Niall will be back as well. Actually, they want to be able to punish. Look at his backline. Teleportation coming out. Kazue might be in trouble. The Bronzefed actually will be taken out in the process. Psyche as well. A bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. They thought they could win, but Niall just respawned, and Niall will be there to supplement more damage. Foot Esports. A massive, massive wrong diversion.
Mistimed, misexecuted, and a little bit too greedy. We saw a little bit of that from Niall earlier, but he got back just in time just to witness Foot Esports do the same thing. It felt like a Hail Mary play, but now the 6 bad for them. It's getting close to a 10,000 gold lead for Bigetron. They're going to get a lot more resources. The Lord will march out. Bronzefed going forward. Golden Hour is massive, but Shogun and now coming in through the back. This is going to be a huge sandwich play by Bigetron. Bronzefed eats up. Oh my God, Shogun! Gets a
Sumpah, kalau dibenerin antena bentar guys ya. Tahu nih seperti apa enggak antena di bawah. Antenanya di atas soalnya sini. Di gua yang benerin.
It's not just about the size of the Barretts that matters, it's how you use it, and Shogun has used it perfectly. Bigetron by Vitality. We'll sweep
gampang, Cok, 12 menit dah. Gue udah makan dulu, Cok. Biar gue.
Shogun has showed us once again why you should ban the Barretts against BTR by Vitality. You're just too good. It's like he always knows who to target, and he really set the standard on how you should play this type of Barrett. It's, you know, it's like a proper hitman Barrett. Knows exactly where to point Daytona. Always perfect. Finds Psyche, and then eventually another good find down the bottom lane with that flicker. And with one torn apart memory, because of how much stuns, how much stacks he was able to get, Emma just obliterated the rest of Foot Esports. Foot almost took out Niall, and then eventually Niall was taken out. But my oh my, what a great play coming up from Shogun.
You can see the potential and the ideas around Foot, why they are strong competitors against the likes of Aurora Gaming back in Turkey, but this time around, the champions of Indonesia, relentless in their pursuit. They were able to solidify their win. Clear ideas, again, similar to ONIC, their understanding of the metagame, what they like to play around, the importance of the Barretts, the Brody getting the Sky Piercer as a key condition. Bigetron looked so good with it. What an execution. These Indonesian Barretts players are wild, man. It's not just Shogun, even Lutfi was tremendous with the Nemesis, and even in this tournament, it's modern day Cho. Again, I said this yesterday, modern day Cho for people who love dinosaurs.
Yeah. The way that they're able to thread the needle and find the perfect target. Sometimes they do it point blank, sometimes they eat the flicker, sometimes they go from bushes. It's just so many ways to approach it. And because of their mastery with the Barretts, they're able to pull it off time and time again in important team fights as well. It's always it's always fight winning is what I wanted to say. The first blood going into Shogun, and look at this, he finds Psyche through it all. If not for the Niall death, this will be BTR just securing the fight for sure. Was a good stun coming up from Foot Esports, but how about that? That's from the parking lot, literally. Able to glide, find Kazue. Scrambling, Foot Esports were running away. And because of the fact that there was a quick -2 from BTR, there wasn't any chance at all for Foot Esports to get back to this fight. They eventually lose the game off of that jump coming out from Shogun.
Barretts, I think the best way to describe it, he's a literal wrecking ball, you know?
Yes.
And
yes,
it's crazy because even though, let's say, you get a big lead, Deton is welcome, being a -1, and the fact that even at the deficit, you still have to use a lot of things to finally take it down. It's the perfect hero for this meta where the really high burst heroes are back, which is good for Barretts. And then at the same time, it's like, oh, we've used all our burst. How are we going to take it down? Is the marksman still alive? And if the answer is no, you're not taking that Barretts down. It's the perfect storm for his return to the metagame.
Yep. The stars have aligned for the Barretts to be back in this meta. And I'm just so amazed on how good Barretts players make it. How do I say this? Like, they make bad Barretts player look really, really bad. You know what I mean? Like, because of how good Shogun was and Lutpi eventually, they set the standard on playing the Barretts to the point where it's hard to keep up if you're really bad at Barretts. If you just barely know how to play the Barretts, if you just know how the skills operate, if you're not on the elite level of how Shogun and Lutpi and others play it, you look really bad, right? Whereas these boys, like, it looks like they look like assassins actually when they see them play.
That's a good way to put it. It's like they know their one big target, whoever that they're gonna get, and then it just gets followed up so well. And of course, supplemented by our MVP of the game in Finn on that Mathilda. Was a great wrap-up to the draft and a great wrap-up for this series where BIGETRON by Vitality will move on to the playoffs alongside Foot Esports. But this means, again, BIGETRON by Vitality secures the first quarterfinals slot in the playoffs. And I'm not sure if this bracketing is actually correct, but it seems like, based off of this one website that I'm sure we're all familiar with, Foot Esports will be facing off against Team Spirit. So I don't think it's a draw, but it might be set placements. So that's going to be an interesting matchup there.
Yeah. Foot Esports need to just regain their composure. I think it's just the bad decision making that they're able to but of course they will have to wait for their moment out there. They're drafting well. It's just that their impulsive decisions get the best of them in this series.
Coming up next, we're going to go on over to Group D. ONIC and GEEKAY, Pro Esports, and Alpha 7 North. One for an upper bracket slot, one for an advanced slot, the other, of course, for tournament life and for just making it to the playoffs. Two more matches to close out the day. We'll be back after a break.
Үлкіміздер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Facecam gue nggak bakal ini jujur-jujuran. Sini lah. Kita lihat SG Iron kali ya. Nah, SG Iron Clarif guys. Halo semua, saya Sultan Muhammad. Saya ingin meminta maaf kepada ini. Saya ingin apa tadi, sabar gua lagi ngaduk ini dulu guys, sabar ya. Saya ingin minta maaf terutama untuk mantan istri saya, Rara, keluarga dan kerabat-kerabat saya beserta Vios maupun pihak lain yang sudah dirugikan. Oke, saya mengakui telah melakukan kesalahan bersangkutan dalam rumah tangga dan saya sangat menyesali perbuatan saya yang sudah saya perbuat selama ini, dan saya ingin meminta maaf sebesar-besarnya kepada Rara dan pihak-pihak yang sudah saya sebut sebelumnya yang sudah terjadi. Oke. Saya telah menyanyikan banyak kesempatan yang sudah diberikan oleh orang-orang yang sudah support saya dalam segala hal, Rara dan keluarga. Saya akuin selama ini saya telah menjadi sosok suami yang sangat buruk yang tidak pernah belajar akan kesalahan ya. Betul. Yang tidak menghargai segala kebaikan dan kesempatan yang Rara berikan. Maka dari itu, saya harus buat yang sukses tanggapan ya. Ini kita lihat lihat akun 10.000 ini. Lari. Lah kata gua mah harus dilepas dari liquid dulu nggak sih bang? Masih ada tulisannya dari player of team liquid kan? Ini emang kapan mainnya cok? Kalau ngomong aja kita ya. Udah makan dulu sambil nunggu ya guys.
Holy cow, we're finally back with Aurora facing up against the Mongols. Let's jump right into this. Dear God, I've been sitting here for an entire hour. I basically took a flight to Paris and back, and that's a total of 26 hours here. That's 1% out of 25 as we jump right into this for the Mobile presented by Freedom. Of course, we're playing some MLBB. Let's please get into the draft.
Yep. But I feel like we gotta introduce the players first for Aurora going up against Mong. Oh, sorry, but I really don't mind if we're rushing this through because we all know Aurora. Unfortunately, yesterday they couldn't get a game off of SRG. This is Lunar, Pagu, Rosa, Sigibum, as well as TNZ. They'll be going up against MONGOLZ, where yesterday MONGOLZ could not get a game off of Rune Eaters. But here's the thing, Rune Eaters were just like super unpredictable. There's nothing much that a MONGOLZ could do.
They couldn't do much, but at the same time, you know, Aurora, it feels like they kind of hit their cap, or some people are saying that, you know, maybe they've hit their ceiling. I would say that right now, I think they're still trying to, oh, what? I mean, yeah. That's one way of putting it, but I definitely think that at the very least, that there are some weaknesses to this team. And I think a lot of it just really boils down to how the team decides how they need to fight under pressure. And I think the MONGOLZ is just a little bit better at that. It's just that the early and mid game is a big question mark. With OXK, Meiki, Mumu, and as well as Xora, this team is experienced, but if the mechanics are just too high, and if the early game just doesn't go their way, I'm thinking that Aurora can close this out 11-12 minutes tops.
I feel like Aurora, they are pretty close to becoming basically a well-rounded team, a very complete team. I feel like against SRG, they were just caught off guard, really, especially the game with the Selena as well as the Kufra, where, again, let's remember, basically almost every game that Aurora plays, they've dominated, and it's not even close, right? So it takes a while when teams start to get used to your aggression, and then you're like, wait, guys, why isn't it working again? We've been doing the same thing. Why isn't it working again, right? So I feel like once they got used to the fact that people have caught up to their metagame, then they have to start readjusting again, because I really feel like why they were so strong is that they surprised everyone with unprecedented aggression. Once people get used to it, it's not as cool anymore.
And I think that unfortunately Team Spirit are the ones who really refined what the meta, somewhat at least the fundamentals of the game need to look like in a meta of this caliber. And now we're seeing right into the draft finally as Aurora Gaming on blue side bans out the Valentina, MONGOLZ on the opposite end also getting rid of the Fanny with follow-up Marcel from Aurora Gaming. This leaves the big question, are we going to see a touch on the big three? One of them is already gone, but are they even considering the options of banning out the Belleric or even the Atlas? Because we've seen games where now that Valentina is kind of out of the question, you don't have to worry about it that much, but usually we expect to see an Atlas ban.
I kind of feel like MONGOLZ might have to suck it up here just because I think Aurora is, unless you're willing to trade, like, okay, say you take Aurora and then we just take the Atlas. If you're willing to take that trade, I think you gotta open up the Aurora, because I really feel like you just got to be in that situation where we're just going to trade something, right? You just have to, I feel like once you see that Valentina ban, whether you like it or not, you have to open up the draft. And I think that's why they're batting out the Selena. And I think this is good. If you're opening up 3 OP heroes, then I think you can win the draft.
Yeah,
but then Aurora just like bans who shit, so it's going to be more difficult now.
It is going to be more difficult because the only reason I think that Aurora is banning out the Zushin is because they can technically play double fighter compositions themselves, and they want to keep that option available. I think that the MONGOLZ could have set up for it, can technically set up for it a little bit better, but it really depends on what this final ban is going to be. If Harara goes over to Aurora, Paquito should go over to the side of the MONGOLZ, unless one of them gets banned here.
I feel like Freya should get banned here.
Yeah, or please get rid of Freya.
Or leave it open so that you can at least fight back with a Paquito. Paquito Barats.
I'm not the biggest fan. Personally, not the biggest fan of it. But if you got the Barats, then maybe there's like a little bit of hope, right? At the same time, I do feel like Aurora could be setting up for the Barats anyways. And finally, we see the Belleric ban leaving the Atlas open.
So I think they're banking on Aurora first picking the Freya, and then Mongo is picking up Atlas, either Atlas Barats or Atlas Paquito, because Paquito can go in a draft with Freya, but it's not the cleanest draft, you know?
Man, I really wish there was a scenario that they could get both the Paquito alongside with the Barats, but I think giving up on the Atlas is just too much here. So it's Atlas +1. It's up to the Mongols which one they're going to take. The other is probably going to get snatched away. If not, a better setup for a Melissa down the line on blue side for Aurora. Let's just see here as the last 20 seconds are going to come through. They're thinking about it.
I really think it should be Barats. Take it away. Because if you give Freya and Barats, Freya can deal with the back line, and the Barats can deal with the front line. I think that's just a little bit too much to give to your opponents. Oh, and the Herrera. I forgot about the Herrera. So they pick up the Herrera instead, and Barats instant pick by Aurora. And then now they can pick up something like, oh, I was thinking of a Harley, but instead they want to go for a Nolan. Already quite a lot of front lines here, or at least melee heroes coming in from Aurora. Damn, they wish they had a Zushin.
Yeah, they're really wishing they had a Zushin, but I'm actually really okay with this from Aurora Gaming, right? We always knew that the Nolan into Herrera matchup is early game favorite for Nolan in a lot of these types of situations. He's just, again, Herrera wants to chase, Nolan can run forever as long as he has purple buff. And now, final pick here in the first phase for the Mongols.
A Paquito is okay if you want to play double fighters, but if you don't, then I think you gotta pick up the Melissa.
Yeah, or arguably even the Esme, but I think the Melissa probably is going to be like your best bet here. Then again, there is the possibility of like,
Eudora?
even though you have the Melissa, you can still just straight up die to the Nolan, especially with the Fracture. Once he builds enough stacks in the Sky Piercer as well, assuming he builds it in the first place, the get away with me isn't really going to do too much other than stop you from getting your passive auto attack dash.
Well, they do pick up the Esmeralda, just like you said. So now for Aurora, I feel like they can either ban out annoying mids like the Eudora, and then they should be pretty good here. And then for the Mongols, I kind of feel like they can roughly do the same. Though I think with their composition, there's not a lot of mids that they have to be really careful of. So maybe it's just the roamers, making it so that Aurora does not... I want to say don't have a lot of momentum, but I feel like the three heroes that Aurora already has momentum. Maybe ban out a Rafa?
Ini band kanan ya, band ini.
I mean, if we see a Rafa ban, then probably it's
Ini serius Kili dapat Freya.
what map they're currently playing on, but the Melissa is going to get banned out. I mean, it was one of the options, either Melissa or the Esme that was going to get through, and Aurora needs to get rid of the option.
Band midnya sih, apa romnya ya? Midnya sih dulunya belum di pick sih. Oh, midnya habis cok. Romnya aja dah, band lagi dah. I lost Gotf.
Because I feel like if Aurora did get the Rafaela, I don't think the Mongols
Oh,
have
mati
enough
bahkan.
speed to catch up with them.
Yo.
They're gonna
Okay,
ban out the
okay,
Cho, like you predicted, Gideon.
Oh,
So now,
Cho.
the last ban coming in from Aurora, if they're gonna ban out gold laners, I think it's either the Claude or the Moskov that's gonna be pretty good. Other than that, maybe they look to ban mid something like Eudora.
Yeah, well, all of them seem pretty good here. Actually, the Eudora more than ever. I'm thinking if there's any other mid laners that could possibly like try to threaten, but since they've already gotten rid of the Melissa at this stage, if there's a short range mage on the opposite side, if Farsa is possible, that would be nice, but that means
Pas band kiri harusnya sih yang aneh. Brody sih. Brody.
Then again, it's a little 50-50 here, no matter what. Arlet, really good ban here from Aurora.
So now the Mongols, they can pick up their mid first just so that they can really flex this Esmeralda to see where she's gonna go. Because I feel if you give Aurora that Eudora, I think you're just giving too much because they already have a lot of damage. In terms of crowd control, it's not entirely the best, but Barras definitely has one of the better engages in the game for now. You just gotta stop that somehow. Yeah, I'm really not sure other than Eudora.
I mean, Eudora will be the safest. Another potential pocket pick would be Lilia, but then that does come with its downsides of being very easy to burst. Not to mention that you kind of have to take Purify when you're dealing with
Anjir Lilia cok. Wah, Kili kuat banget draftnya sih. Jujur ya. Legion-nya sih bantai-bantai banget nih. Boleh lihat. Menang kiri guys, kanan mau pick apapun menang kiri sih cok. Hari sih, nggak mungkin nggak yang lain sih. Hari kalau nggak keburu late game. Kalah tetep cok.
This Lilia
Ya tetep
will
carry
not
dah.
get punished too much by the Mongols because Lilia
Mau lagi
gets
coba
really
brand carry.
punished with a very long
Clouded
range
Mino.
like a Eve, like a
Brody
Farsa. Now you're
bisa
going
apa
up
lawan
against
ini?
AURORA. It's not that
Carry
big of a
sudah
deal
lagi
because
bro.
everyone else can tank the damage for you.
Apa
So
mau
this is gonna be the big question.
Lunox?
Mongols, what will be your gold
Lunox
laner
meninggal nggak
or
sih?
EXP laner here? Because I think they're really lacking in damage. They're
Sora XP es menggolnya bisa sih. Tetep ya Lilia yes. Lilia bandai coba ada Nolan soalnya.
Yeah, they're pretty equal in terms of damage. No one skills too crazy compared to the other.
Yeah, I think that the only issue in the my only problem with this game is that Mongols will have to dedicate like a lot of CC onto Freya specifically if she gets into the back line. Like if you're caught in a compromising position, that's a lot of resources that you've got to blow. And on the opposite end, I feel like as much as I want this Lilia to work out, there's a pretty good chance, unless she takes Purified, that she's going to get caught out by maybe, you know, a Cloud Shift or a Lightning Form here. I would assume a lot more Lightning Forms are going to get used by the Mongols this time around, because if not, I don't know how else they're going to deal the damage other than Hirara having a 3-level lead in Skypiercer.
Well, now we're jumping into the game here. Looking at mid, looking at all the rotations going around, looks like both junglers are
Emblem.
of the map.
Emblem.
On the bottom side of the map.
X-nya support cooldown FOB. Oke. Desainnya normal sih. Ya normal. Saya normal ya guys. Dia banget suaranya bang, copyright bang. Pace.
Early rotation coming in from Zixora, making sure that Meike as well as Ox gets a lead in mid. I would say that's a pretty good rotation.
Nice.
That means the early invasion as well. Wait, does he have retribution? Zixora does, but
Mana nih Genji 4 langsung kelas sih sekaratin. Zoom.
The Mongols do know this though. They did spot out TNZ clearing up that
Bisa
green.
orang.
It's just that the Mongols will be just a little slower to get Zixora in position for the counter engage.
Yeah, but I feel like Zixora is okay with this because even though he gets his orange buff late, that does mean that it's gonna expire much later, making it available for this turtle. So I think taking the orange late makes it so that you can fight for this turtle a little bit more, because purple buff is great, but orange does make it so that you have more slow.
Nolan gerakin dulu, gerakin. Gameplay dulu nggak sih? Lu satu, bang. Rosa. Rosa Lilia ya, pusing nggak sih kalian? Rosa? Oke aman. Kita cover sama, aduh Rosanya nggak dibantu cok, meledak kepala dia cok. Enggak ada ulti dia guys. Ya. Iya, TNG-nya mau masuk di mana coba? Tet. Mana? Gak ada damak di sini guys. Gak bisa. Udah pada ulti ya. Nocet. Eldora udah ulti juga. Semua ada ulti sih. Aman aja. Eldora sih jujur lebih enak. Eldora Atlas seolah-olah mati itu ulti kali. Kill, nice. TNG baru kill satu ya.
Yeah, but it does mean that Lunar is only going to get stronger, right? He's going to be able to get his first items a little bit quicker. He's going to start developing. Oh, good fracture as they take out Ox here. No one Fury next to come, but Pagu, is he going to survive this? Oh, manages to get his regenerate just in time.
Yeah, I feel like Meike was considering, does he want to flicker for that? Looks like finally not going for it. K, however, is having such a good time going up against Siggy on this Freya. And for now, the Mongols going up against Aurora, in terms of gold lead, there's not much difference. Siggy Boom, though, winning out that, making it so that he gets his gold
makes
it much more manageable for him going up against K.
Waduh, hampir tuh kalau kena mati sih tuh anjir. Dino. Dino, wits masuk tapi nggak ada kena. Itu mati Minonya sendirian cok. Ya, Minonya ulti for nothing ya guys ya. Buset itu Freya kagak dibikin main cok. Freya nggak dibikin main gara-gara Esme. So far masih aman sih tapi guys. Aman kali, beda 500 gold. ZF Aura Yenzi. Woi, mati tuh. Oke, gimana Kay? Ya depan-depan dulu aja. 3 bom ulti. Let's go. Mahal. Woi, flicker jir. Gimana? Yang ada aja dulu. Wait. Gua cek sprint. Ini kencang banget bro. River ya, efek river ya. Ngapain sih Kay? Si bro. Aman aja lah, malah Zax auranya yang meninggal. Ya, aneh tuh orangnya. Helpius langsung disuruh sekarang. Suruh apa cok sidang? Ya kah? Ya udah buka aja langsung. Tuh Gemini. Buka ya maksud gua. Oke. Gue belum ini cok, belum revisi ini gambar nih. Tinggal masukin gambar. Gede banget dah masukin gambar cok. Lu kalau sekarang enak gak sih, besok tinggal tidur.
So far, the only leads that we have was technically on Zexora, Zexora as well as Kay. I cannot forget about Kay. He's doing a very good job in this Freya lane, but eventually will fall off.
Yeah. Right now for MONGOLZ as well as AURORA, the win.
Katanya hari ini last, besok gak bisa lagi. Kata siapa?
At this point, a lot of priority.
Katanya lu pada nggak bisa.
I think it's easier for AURORA because they do have Lunar. Dayton is welcome, got blocked.
Masalahnya Gurdi aja nggak ngejawab Ardo itu. Gak semuanya hari ini juga soalnya. Ya kalau mereka do spam sih wajar sih, kayak ngerasa takut besok nggak bisa gimana-gimananya. Cuma kan gua sama Kaprodi langsung ya, kali itu langsung ada akses di TTA. Woi, Keyboy. Aux jir namanya. Wait, splitter. Genji mau kemana? Mahal. Yoi. Wait, combo gua tuh. Mana damaknya? Gak ada damak jir. Mahal, Esme datang. Di saat yang tepat. Main sendiri aja Esme. Masih ada flicker kan? Buang-buang flicker. Hebat kamu bud. Loh. Dia di depan cok. Si bro ada skill maju dir. Hari ini banget ya. Udah dah. Gua kan gimana? Gua masukin dulu dah apa ini yang punya gue yang draftnya. Kali aja takutnya dibaca sama dia kan.
Yep, good Deton is welcome using the anti-CC on it so he doesn't get dispositioned and able to disengage entirely. I mean, the neutral objective is already done. He won't need his ult for the time being and needs to actually get back into lane. And speaking of the lane, AURORA and alongside with the MONGOLZ have opted to actually go splitsies here, right? Swapping very early on into this game, making sure that Freya is on the long side of the lane. They don't need her just yet. They just need her to scale for as long as possible. But this means up in the top side, you can see that Mumu finally getting the wave that he was asking for after so many deaths, and the 3 assists. He has been pivotal into opening up the fights for the MONGOLZ.
Pilihnya aja bang.
For the MONGOLZ, I would say for both MONGOLZ as well as AURORA, not much is going on because Xora is using this time to cut the wave. Mumu though, using the shifting skies to reposition.
Kalau bikin di drive baru gua kalau jadi fokus gini bro.
gets a savage.
Holy cow, and especially with his efficient item build and making sure that he has that prolific roar. Can they actually get this tier 1? I don't think they can get the mid tier 1 yet. It was too low, but they have to wait for the second wave. Great stuff. I mean, the wombo combos were good, and I think the best part about it was unfortunately Zexor just didn't have enough combo points to try and double iframe his way out of that. He still got clapped upon. He still took a huge amount of damage from Sigiboom, who had the extended range.
Doain ya, good luck lah. Semoga dipermudah. Ini dipermudah nggak sih? Udah, kalau menurut di hari ini las. Gila aja kalau besok nggak bisa. Masalah kan kita udah ngomongin dari kemarin-kemarin gitu sama Buria, kayak progresnya gimana, tapi nggak ada ini yang lanjutan info lagi. Gua nungguin info dari Ardo juga. Kira atas nge-split here. Hebat kamu kira.
MONGOLZ at this point, I don't know. I feel like AURORA, they already got their win condition. So MONGOLZ, they're just trying to play the map. They're trying to control the side lanes, but that trick only works so long.
And I think just the raw sustain from Sigiboom in these team fights, MONGOLZ need to figure something out here. They can't fight in the traditional way.
Well, Lunar is stuck there.
Mahal Atlas tadi mau wits Pagu mahal, buang flicker Auroranya, dimakan, ditelan, kill dulu wits, maju lagi tuh MONGOLZ. Ibu udah berpikir ada damak kali ya, itu lihat Hiraranya lagi 1v1 sama Sigiboom, kalah. Ya sudah, kanan mati semua, tidak ada damak. Kanan damage-nya Hirara Eudora doang ya. SP-nya sama Sora ini ATB-in doang ya. Sedangkan kiri ada Freya, ada Nolan, ada Lily. Di kiri lebih ada damage daripada kanan karena kiri ada Freya. Kiri damage-nya 3, kanan damage-nya 2. Dan tuh semuanya build normal, soalnya build normal. Orang nggak mau bikin ini ya, good force kah?
So if the Minoan Fury does come out, you're not looking to cancel it because he's anti-CC, but you can slow down the follow-up. In this case, Rosa, they gotta get his flicker out somehow.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, that's a good point. Like, yes, Pagu can start a fight, but as long as he can stop the damage dealer, then that's all good. Because at this point, that should be priority number 1 for MONGOLZ. Try to get TNZ. If he dies, suddenly it looks like you can win the game. Until then, this is all AURORA gaming. Even looking at the goal here, about 7,000-ish gold ahead for AURORA gaming. Now the Lord marches on. Odds gets to, not gonna be enough. Mumu gets stopped there with the Minoan.
Hilang anjir suaranya. Kena bernulang cong. Ya sih, Aurora menang. Aurora. Buh. Gila itu Skypear-nya cok, nyala cok. Legendary loh ya. Udah Skypear dah. Gawe. TNZ 13-0 gawe. Kalau mati aman. Nah 13-0 ya guys ya. Inilah kenapa Aurora kuat ya. Draft ininya gila banget. Draftnya gila banget. Ulti Mumu, langsung dimakan cok. Dah santai. Next game.
Got shut down in a singular team fight, and especially off of that very first Lord, you could see the skyrocketing stonks of AURORA. They have played this, they practiced this, they are very polished with this. They cannot give Sigiboom this Freya anymore.
I was dumbfounded by the amount of damage that Fracture did to Hirara, because I'm pretty sure Hirara was full HP. And it's like one Fracture pump, whoa, that's some misogyny there.
Yeah, it was brutal, and I don't know what to say. Because a lot of these moments, I think that TNZ is playing it like really well. He's surviving the important fights. He's finding the damage somehow with his, not only with his passive, but more importantly, the fractures. He saves it for so long. And despite Rosa not being able to kind of set the boundaries of where things need to be, because of the way that they rotated and the small little advantage advantages that they were able to get because of that. Like, for example, Lunar, he suddenly starts becoming a legitimate problem. Like, he's making sure that he's dodging not only the right abilities, but completely baiting them into an unwinnable fight.
Well, for now, Aurora Gaming, this is the Aurora Gaming that quite a lot of people are pretty scared of. So now they're back in that form, and like I said, it's like, okay, everyone's gotten used to their aggression, so they got to polish it up a little bit more, and now we're starting seeing it here. It's a bit risky playing like this. You're really hoping that your jungler is able to get, you know, as much kill as you can, stacking up on the Sky Piercer. But hey, TZ's proven you can do it. So, Aurora feels very confident running this kind of comp again.
I mean, there's also some like uncanny synergy, right? Every single time the Minoan Fury comes out, it's not just about
Maniak anjir, safak itu dia.
it allows Sigibum to
Safak deh gua ngeliat cok.
very, very quickly and start
Udah
chasing
fokus
down
jir.
his targets. And if they're just about to get out of the Minoan Fury, that's when Pagu goes for the
Dari
flicker
gua,
as well to start catching
gua ngecewel lagi.
And not to mention, there's also the Nolan with his rifts. Those rifts, technically, crossing through them also slows you down. So Sigibum has just so much soft CC around him that going for the backline and chasing down the targets is so friggin' easy.
I would say I think it's still a good draft where Mongols, they let the Freya go, but they answer with the Esmeralda, because it kind of worked, right? It kind of worked. The game really just, like you said, there's too much soft CC coming in from Aurora that eventually this Freya becomes a little bit too much. So shout outs to Coach Midnight as well, creating this kind of draft where even Rosa, I feel like this is overkill, but Rosa having that Ice Queen wand so that basically no one gets away. This is an amazing draft coming in from Aurora Gaming. Very hard to really do, but if your team has very good synergy, all of a sudden it looks very easy.
Again, I don't know whether Aurora Gaming is going to get away with another Valentina ban of that sort, because not a lot of teams are willing to let go of that Freya, and I think this is going to be a pretty harsh lesson to the Mongols that you can do whatever you want, but if your gold laner doesn't scale as hard or is designed to be a sandbag, that's just not enough. And I definitely think that there are moments in this game that, like Meiki even, if you are going for that genius wand anyways, you might as well start flickering for kills. And I think they should have put a lot more focus up on that top side, because they had a couple of angles where they could have actually dove Sigibum. Maybe they might have not been able to get away, but at the end of the day, they just need Zixora to be in position to either deny or set up for the dive.
Yep. Well, back to the drawing board for the Mongols. I actually feel like they had a pretty good idea going in, but now after facing against Aurora, now I just feel like they got to readjust just a little bit. I'd be like, okay, that was pretty rough.
Yeah, it was. I'm trying to think of some adaptations, but we're going to take some time to just think about it for a moment. These teams are going to hit the drawing board, and when we come back, it's going to be game 2 between our two great teams. And more Mobile Legends right after this break. We are back. Aurora currently at match point as of yet, and MONGOLZ suffering a terrible, terrible loss after game number 1, and still opting to go for the red side even after that loss. We'll see whether they're going to adjust and actually get rid of the Freya this time round, rather than leaving it open.
Well, Aurora still under first pick here, batting out the Marcel, and MONGOLZ still batting out that Fanny. Batting out the Zushin, so it doesn't seem like Aurora there really needs to be a change in the draft. For the MONGOLZ, I guess they can skip batting out the Belleric and then changing it for the Freya, but the thing is, if the Freya's not there, they're just gonna go to the Paquito.
Well, they could fall back into that, but right now we're not seeing. Well, let's see. I want to see what that final ban is going to be for Aurora, because the last time they got rid of the Marcel, the Zushin, and more importantly, they got rid of the Valentina. Now MONGOLZ are going to reply the exact same way. First 2 bans exactly the same, and finally the Valentina shows up. Looks like Midnight was not able to chump check with the MONGOLZ this time, and let's see. Come on, get rid of the Freya, dear Lord.
Yeah, I feel like the Freya really has to go. Like, the Paquito is annoying, but the Freya can get to your back line, and that's something like the MONGOLZ doesn't want to risk it. I don't know. I feel Freya is more terrifying, but the thought of fighting a Paquito, even I'm like, oh man, can I not?
I don't know. I feel like Paquito is a lot more manageable compared to dealing with the Freya. Freya just feels like kind of unstoppable at times, but well, it looks like the MONGOLZ are going to give up the Freya once again. I want to see whether or not they either build a secondary win condition, or whether or not they're going to have something. Again, I would expect at the bare minimum, the Atlas going into their hands. The Esmeralda can show up whenever it feels like, but there has to be adjustments from the MONGOLZ. They cannot just be playing the exact same thing.
If only you can use the revamp Kaja, am I right? And at least you can actually hold down this Freya, because right now Freya is a strong, independent woman that will be held by no man. Speaking of, Aurora picks up the Barats again. Do they want to go for the Nolan again? I really don't see why not, TNZ.
Just do it all over again, right? Just play the same draft, I suppose. Maybe the second half of the batting phase could be utilized better from the Mongol side. And there we have it. The Nolan shows up, and this should be Esmeralda, unless MONGOLZ wants to change that up, which I doubt it.
Yep, Esmeralda picked up again. So for now, same old, same old.
Ini draft kiri, anjir kanan kiri draftnya sama ini tiga di atasnya. Udah. Ben apa nih? Ben apa guys? Kurang back, kurang. Ben apa guys? Benromber nggak sih? Iya benromber. Jadi berarti Ben. Cibo pengen pulang kah? Redraft kah?
Yeah, it does. But that's interesting. If MONGOLZ are the one who wants to actually deny this ban from Aurora, that means Aurora has to dig a little bit deeper into their pockets, which I don't think they mind that much, unless they were looking for something else, which I doubt. And I don't think that the glue would have been picked up by Aurora Gaming anyways in a lot of these scenarios.
Kanan Vanilla.
This time, so they don't have the SCC.
Dia mau ngambil dia, serah udah. Masih Vanilla sih. Benromnya aja lagi.
Yeah, personally for me, based on how Cram used the Terizla, and I was looking at the other stream, by the way.
Benar Legend tadi kanan udah menang guys, karena sebenarnya udah megangin Freya ya. Ya mau makin Legend, sebenarnya dicuekin cok. Ketutup sama lifesteal jadi Freya guys. Gue diserap Esme ya. Udah bang, band ini lagi bang, Arlet lagi. Liliana ambil aja daripada diambil Dora.
Just not to pick up the Eudora, which is a good pick.
Ini mau draft ulang sama dong. Ini tiga atas sama ben-benan juga sih mirip banget Cok.
I think it's still okay to go for the Eudora because really
Indo
other than that, what are you gonna use
ulang apakah tidak percaya kalau tadi kalah guys?
That doesn't sound too great, and actually there are like
Aurora lagi gila, redraft dong. Hah? Mau ganti last picknya apa gimana? Ya udah, Nino sama ini lagi dong, Lily lagi. Makanya draft apa nih last picknya? Masih mau sama. Jadi apa namanya? Apa sih namanya? Siapa timenya tadi sekali lagi? XP-nya? Goldnya? Siapa? XP-nya ya? XP-nya tadi siapa sih? Lupain. Oh iya, Sora tadi XP-nya guys. Sekarang Sora di band. Dan siapa nih? Elis. Gak begitu gimana juga sih Elis. Yaudah ini mah di draft semoga lu megangin lagi ya. Early game sih MONGOLZ megang ya tadi. Cuman di turtle menang kiri cowok semua. Area efeknya gede banget. Nino lah. Digigit dulu lah. Ditelan dulu lah. Area backup, lawan backup. Oh, Sahid depan. Pusing sih.
And the MONGOLZ 80%. This time instead of a Sora, they got the Alice, but roughly the same kind of idea. The only change I think that they could make is don't give a Savage, but hard to really plan for that really.
Yeah, it's a little difficult. And to be fair, I wasn't expecting it. I thought maybe like Lilia or even Sigaboom we're going to at least snatch away one of those kills, but at the end of it all, Aurora is a professional team for a reason. Let's jump right into it. It's once again Aurora at match point on blue side facing off against the MONGOLZ on the red side. The emblem sets seem to be pretty straightforward, nothing out of the ordinary. Just double checking to make sure. And yeah, Wilderness Blessing here on
ayo Dra, menang siapa nih kira-kira nih.
Rather than looking for big flicker plays.
Yep. So for now, Rosa already doing a good job at trying to deny some minions. I think he got a little bit of that one, so I think he was denied. Just denied by some gold.
Mahal. Lu keangkat Zeds Aura. Ya ampun, fail dia guys ya. Dari draft masih fail early gamenya. Iya elah. Iya elah. Nolan aja didapat banyak cok. Ih Nolan enak loh, gak ada blue buff aja masih bisa loh di farming cok. Iya elah. Iya elah. Dipegangin jir, flicker jir. TNC-nya 4. Bawahnya sih nge-freeze kali. Hiraranya tidak wise skill.
Also K, and the question is whether or not K is actually going to leave the lane just to try and help, because Xora, he's slowing down on his overall farm.
Beda tapi kalau gameplay gimana ya guys ya? Malah jadi kagak megangin. 5 tuh levelnya. Ya elah. Ya terus apa flicker? Terus apa? Kalau di backup Irara sih oke flicker ya.
One person stays on the turret and then recalls and spam the recalls and hope that Aurora dives the turret.
Yeah, just hope they got some like weak egos, right? That's the
gak usah lah gerakan tambahan. Farming aja dulu. Lu yakin lawan Nolan level 6? Bang, Nolan level 6 tuh, Lunarnya ada flicker gak? Gak ada sih. Udah makan aja itu. Dino dimakan Atlas. Wish, nggak mati bang. Esme join. Nggak tahu buat apa. Penting. Ulti gua tuh. Alis. Wait. Gila lu Aura. Main gak bisa kerusuk loh ya. Kalau level loh ya. Beda 2 level loh ya. Udah ini kak, hopeless kak.
This stage of the game, and even though he's trying his absolute best to at least lay down some form of damage, it has not been easy at all. And even for Sigiboom here against Kay's got to be careful.
Boys, 1v1 atas. Masih aja liatin mid. Orang lagi 1v1 ya. Kameranya telat lagi, baru pengen gua omongin bawah. Yap bang, kamera observer ya.
He might have gone back in. He was already kind of dancing at the very edge of his maximum range, and now he wants to just do a little bit more, right? And
Skypiercer cut ya. Langsung kagak respect I think. Langsung Skypier guys. Mau bunuh party dia ya. Lunar. Masih aman. Lihat Nolannya, farming aman. Ini cepet banget Nolan berarti ya sekarang ya. Coba Nolan kali ya guys ya. Coba Nolan tapi ban Harley Link. Ben Juxin. Wait, ditangkap tuh. Wait, dibelikerin. Mati fix. Mahal Mino. Zat Aura. Iya, elah guys, jir. Iya, elah Freya-nya nyampe bawah. Kagak dipegangin SP, kayak tadi loh ya. Dar. Digimon di sini udah main sama TNC dah. Tawar kayak udah. Guys. Walaupun 02 ya si Digimon. TNC udah kill 5, ini mah bantai-bantai lagi kayak tadi Safat, guys. Udah Skypier. Disudahkan saja nggak sih, Bang? Habis game ini harusnya si ini ya, si ONIC ya. Bentar gue cek dulu. Iya ONIC, cuman ngaret jadwal, beda sejam. Ulti gua tuh Atlas, mana damaknya? Mumu di depan sendirian, mahal. Maksa ambil biru. Sert, ada MONGOLZ, disapakin lagi jir. Tabrak masuk, dia nggak mau ban Freya lagi masuk, masuk dia lah. Masuk lagi, elah. 9-0 udah. Sapak lagi sih. Udah beda 6.000 di network menit guys. Hah? Eudoranya Genius One. Hebat kamu Eudora ya. Udah ini desperate team cok, desperate draft, desperate gameplay semuanya cok. Desperate item decision. Orang tak bikin glowing anjing. Buset, itu udah 4 item bro, tinggi 3 item. Tinggal masuk keluar dong, udah mati itu Atlas. Ya, gigit satu. Langsung Dino dimakan Nolan. Bos, hilang cok. Udah gue bilang Nolannya tinggal gerasak gerusuk. Safak ini cok. Main aja di bawah bang. Udah dah gameplay udah respect cok item ini mah. Main suka-suka udah kalian cok. Kalau kata gue minus kalian bikin ini dah ya. nambahin darah sekalian lagi. Konsil play, Hiraranya nggak mau recall, terus cari dia like ke, wait, ulti gua tuh, Lunar, aman aja, telat ente Lunar. Draft kanan udah mana fighter dua-duanya, nggak ada MM, mau berharap late game juga gimana, disuruh gendong Z Aura yang di early-nya udah kebantai mati pas di river mid. Mana bang mau disuruh gendong bang? Nggak recall ya babi, dia nggak recall babi, buang aja tuh spell babi. Ya elah, flicker gua mati dong Esme. IP udah 80 ini mah guys. Cet. Buh. Energi cepet banget nambah dah. Alive for 1,000 more. Gue langsung aja closing aja sih, 2-0 dah. Gak usah kelamaan, gue mau ngerjain ini nih, laporan nih. Baru bikin glowing ya, Mikey. Siapa yang Mikey guys? Atas nggak ada pecah, midnya nggak ada pecah, bawahnya juga udah pecah. Maksa nih, maksa kerosa nih. Iya dikejar TNG. Kabur, mati Zetaura. Ditelen, dikasih sefek aja nggak sih? Kill dulu, aku mau party, maniak, aku mau maniak, dah. Udah jelas gameplay, draftnya sama, gameplaynya. Iya, CTA. Ini kamu sefek dulu TNG. Udah guys, mau dia ini ya laporan dulu.
Situation, but with the item build that they had, with a lot of the lost movements and weird contestants, they definitely couldn't find a rhythm in this game. And I think at the very least, Aurora was very good at disrupting MONGOLZ' early game, just to make sure that they can play the tune of their own.
Yeah, then this is like doesn't matter, but Kaja is my new favorite hero. Just by the animations, oh my goodness. He is gorgeous. Oh my.
Yep. Don't worry, you can keep glazing it. Nobody will be able to see it in this tournament because it's just a new revamp that got dropped in the latest patch. So I'm starting a little bit later today, but even so, it is it will be interesting to see how that's going to actually works. It is a scarily big zone.
Yeah. Honestly, looking at this game, there's really not much to say without either saying too good of a thing for Aurora or too bad for MONGOLZ, but I don't know. I hope MONGOLZ is able to recover from this, because going up against Aurora in this format right now is really not fair. This is the best meta for Aurora, and I don't know, we'll see whether Aurora refines it even more, because I agree with you, Gideon. It feels like Aurora started and Spirit just refined it. Now it's just everyone else surviving it, you know?
I don't know, this just felt like prison rules, right? Aurora Gaming control the yard at this point, and MONGOLZ just don't get any free time to actually flex and work out at this stage. It is tough. I think it was a really big mistake that Makey decided to go for this Genius Wand instead of going for the Glowing Wand as his first item. I get that he wants to, start off the early game similarly to game number 1, getting Rosa to use that Purify and also Pagu at the same time with the Flicker, but small adjustments allow the laning phase to actually just result in Rosa only losing out on the Purify, and Rosa doesn't need it. We have black shoes. Even so, this is an even more devastating game with a refined Aurora gaming.
Beda
Look
ini
at the
soalnya
Mongols,
itu.
if they're going to play this double fighter comp, they're going to need some damage in the side lane. Like Esme is good into the Freya, but only for so long, and that's why a lot of teams actually lean into the Paquito for that big fat burst.
Yep. With that, we do have one more series for today to close things out. Which, by the way, we have not seen SRG go up against Rune Eaters, right? That's supposed to be
Oh, you are right.
Wait a minute. I thought it was supposed to be the third series. What happened?
It's fine. You know, schedules change.
You know what? Yeah, whatever.
Change, and you know our players are just happy to be able to get these games down. Well, if we are lucky enough to get SRG facing up against the Rune Eaters, it will be a battle of mechanics, and I am all for it. We saw a lot of great stuff coming out from the Rune Eaters side, and you know, I wouldn't say a revamp, but at least a SRG coming back to their identity, back to their form, which would have been nice like a week and a half ago. But hey, you know, it happens to the best of us.
Yep. And to the worst of us as well. For now, we will be going for a break, but when we return, it should be SRG going up against Rune Eaters. And if you guys want to check out the other stream, it should be ONIC going up against GEEKAY. We'll see you guys after the break.
Ini tidak move with the text. Tuh oke ya nggak mau gitu, nggak ngikut dia kalau inline with text, kalau square dan square tidak pengaruh gitu loh. Bingung. Inline with text. Inline with text gak bisa digeser masalahnya. With text loh. Ini anjay. Position on page. About me, about sudah. Kita save dulu nih. Mantap. Yang ada kirim VPI Google Gemini. Tadi gua inference beneran ini kan API AI service AI service AI service. Ini anjing. Taksi. aja. Udah sih epic. CSP bangsat. Output output dari gitu deh apa namanya. Di bang sih kenapa sih? Mbak. People looking Astana is on. Ini sih tim dari mana ya? Sini. 14 spot guys. Koordinasi tim sama. Mana ini AURORA bocok? Gak mulai-mulai nih, boleh lihat. Delay akun itu. Insert.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Digital Games 2026. Games of the Future has been interesting, and we'd like to thank you for your patience for our very final series of today. We are going to be witnessing SRG facing up against the Rune Eaters, who have surprised us during day number 1 with their not only interesting picks, but their overall mechanics. And with SRG coming back into form, it'll be really interesting to see how this is going to be a true test of superiority when it comes down to the micro. Today, Selangor Red is going to be showing up Innocent, Cram, Sakai's, Stormy, and Yums.
And I would say this is going to be a match where both teams, I think this is going to be a game where we're going to see a lot of bans for Selena, because both Stormy as well as the mid laner coming in from Rune Eaters has really shown that their Selena is on pretty top form. SRG, if I were to describe how they're going to be drafting for this one, it's probably going to be Cram on that tank, and Yum's going to be an engager alongside with Stormy. Going up against them is going to be Rune Eaters, Zuki, King Verb, Ulvin, Riz4T, as well as Tashdek. For now, I don't gotta say, I don't really see a weak link coming in from Rune Eaters, but again, they went up against the MONGOLZ yesterday. MONGOLZ didn't have a good time going up against AURORA just now. This is gonna be a real test. If they can really make SRG sweat, then they're a legit threat here, and we are jumping into the pick and bans. Selangor Giants will be the first pick here, betting out the Zushin as well as the Atlas. Rune Eaters betting out the Hirara as well as the Marcel.
Keeping it interesting here, keeping it as tight as possible. Fanny and Freya are still up for grabs, and I would have imagined that at least one of them is going to get banned out here, unless there has been some deeper research on each of the teams. It would make a lot of sense if Rune Eaters, since they're banning out the Hirara, would also ban
akhirnya main juga cok, tapi kok SRG kan kita mau main lawan ONIC, pindah ONIC ya guys ya. ONIC itu guys.
Keyboy would want to do
Ini udah mulai belum sih?
day in and day out.
Udah mulai cok tadi, anjir ternyata. Ya sorry dah, kita rewatch ya.
Whoever pops before and first,
just do it for the lulz. I mean, might as well give it a try, see how it goes.
Gua kira
Melissa, Yura.
itu streamnya ONIC tadi. Oke lah, lihat lagi. Grafiknya biasa dulu.
Good, safe to assume that if ever there is
masih dengan Melisanya ya, dan healernya ya si ONIC. WB Lirik, tapi barasnya tidak dipakai. Biasanya baras dipakai.
Like, what are the options here for Keyboy? Do they even think about? They probably want Matilda, right? Okay, so they go for the Jushin. All right, pretty standard ONIC stuff. And GEEKAY immediately answers with the Nolan, one of the remaining options. Clint banned out, which means what, you're gonna Brody perhaps, or Granger.
Yeah.
GEEKAY Esports.
I think I prefer the Granger a little bit more, even though you're up against a wall in the Uranus. You could still find a way to weave it through and make it work. Boy, what's it gonna be? We put some possibilities in the Minotaur and the what's the other one that we mentioned?
The glue.
The glue, yeah. So what's it gonna be, ONIC? I mean, your suggestion also is... Oh, wait, no. We aren't going to see the Rafa anymore.
No, we can't. What else is a good system? Matilda, mayhaps, but... Actually, the Matilda can work. Despite there being Esmeralda at the opposite end, Matilda for Keyboy. Okay.
Ooh. Oh.
This is up against the Marcel.
Yep.
Could be a
I think the last time we saw this, it didn't work, was it? Like, it was still difficult for Tigreal to actually work around with the presence of Marcel?
Yeah. Theoretically speaking, it's so difficult, but in practice, maybe the idea will be to wait for the golden hour to pop before you pop your ult. So it's going to be like a dance battle between two teams where, okay, they're going to be waiting for whoever pops the ultimate first, and that guy will lose the team fight. Can't say that I am confident with it. However, the first 4 picks that we saw from the side of ONIC Indonesia, it's pretty standard. It's pretty ONIC coded, and it can easily work. I feel like. So we'll see. Both teams having a draft of their own. I'm still confident that Aquanok Eudora can bring a lot of mileage for GEEKAY Esports.
Xavier's gonna make some magic, similar to what we saw in his previous series against Alpha 7 North. Final series of the day, game number 1. Both are qualified for the playoffs already, but you're looking at better placement. Burst straight into the mid. Sans and Keyboy getting sent back just a little bit with all this great damage and combo, of course, coming out from the Eudora. Fight for the first Little Wander, both heavily contesting it. Looks like it went to the side of GEEKAY, while ONIC will minimize their losses.
Yeah, 4 heroes for GEEKAY Esports. I like that decision. Fast carrier lane, get it there as Aizen. Now they will dip back into the fight, actually poking Tigreal down, forcing that flicker out. Great heads up play coming up from GEEKAY Esports, but they did have to commit Quanok's flicker for that one. I feel like when it comes to value, of course you would prefer to have your flicker on your Tigreal. The first team fight that will happen around the first turtle.
Gets the tough boots to the EXP lane and the roam. There is a lot of crowd control to watch. Kelra, wow, he is just facing Yaga up front. And he's sidestepping him face up. And Yaga can't hit.
Look at that. He is faster in the wave. The models is a problem for Yaga, the Granger up top. And yeah, Kelra, I've seen him play the Melissa before and it's masterful with it. How ONIC identifies the first one to dip their toes into the turtle, is owning out Shen. Nolan is so far away. ONIC identifies that. They blitz the turtle. And all of a sudden, ONIC just clipped the wings of GEEKAY Esports.
Shen decides to pull back the golem, so it sets up for Bomba a little bit better. See, no, I mean. And Kyrie is forced to go back. Cannot heavily contest it unless Keyboy, Lutpi, and Sans get the info that they could get something really good. Lutpi will continue his annoyance of the Nolan. Meanwhile, the mid, Shen and Quanok. Stopped by Sans and Keyboy. Quanok having a hard time hitting level 4 as Sans is already just about to hit level 5. Here comes Kelra. They go for a mid play. See if they can find an opening there, but that's just a double lane coming in from the gold standard. They clear it up. Lutpi in the back. And this Uranus is just gonna keep being that kind of presence. Chino can't get to his orange buff.
Yeah. ONIC invasion is too difficult to deal with now because of how fast they were moving. It seems like GEEKAY Esports are just unprepared for kind of relentless movements from ONIC Indonesia. They're even including Sans and their Keyboy dashing forward, does not land. Gives the golden hour, catching 2. Kyrie gets out. You can do that?
Did he iframe it?
He timed it perfectly though. He timed the iframe so that he will not get hit by the golden hour. As soon as he gets out of the iframe, he dashes out.
Dashes out of the golden hour. Ah.
Wow.
That makes sense. That's a learning. That's something new. Thanks for teaching us something new, Kyrie. All right, no wonder all these Hiraras are very confident with picking this up into the Marcel. You can't just avoid it, and add that to the long list of reasons as to why Hirara is busted. ONIC continue the assault. Here comes Shen. No more than an hour for him just yet. Aizen trying to hold, but very systematically ONIC have just reduced the amount of farm that they could get in the jungle and found by GEEKAY goes in with the explosion. The Sacred Hammer plus the explosion lands. Yaga caught and no man. Gonna be calling this hero MLBB. May the name be as worthy as kills on Kyrie. A double trip Moonton gave, and they provided. I don't know why I'm going down this line of thinking in route, but hey, let's think about what might happen here in this game number 2, you know? In game number 1, we got to see, of course, a quick little trade with the Marcel. No one going for the Valentina, which I like. There's community sentiment about Valentina and her underwhelming presence in the metagame. Despite their, yes, being great ultimates you can take, sometimes it might just be better to look the other way. And that's exactly what ONIC did by picking the Juicen at red 4. But again, we return to one of the breakout stars of this tournament's draft, which is the Melissa getting prioritized by ONIC.
Yeah. And with the first, it even reaches to a point where it's like the first pick for some teams, right? Yeah. So Melissa it seems to be the marksman of choice right now because it just needs to hit a specific timing. Just has to wait for its XP laner to be tanky enough, get its own 3-item power spike, and all of a sudden it's a threat. And the really good thing about Melissa is that it can actually be a threat even when it's pushing and when it's sieging. You saw how Kelra was able to utilize the muddles so that they can easily push. GEEKAY Esports decided to ban the Uranus. The Uranus instead of the Barretts, which was banned by ONIC, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous game. So I think ONIC will not ban the Barretts anymore. They will just maybe take away Marcel, perhaps, and then claim that Barretts for themselves. Okay, no Harley. So they're forcing Hirara as well as the Marcel decision, but GEEKAY Esports will be the wiser and pick up Barretts instead.
Yeah, that was the right call. You could tell that they were trying to bait GEEKAY into it. But even a slight reaction there from Kyrie, I feel like the society is like, oh, they didn't fall for it. They went ahead and picked it up. But hell, they still get a tremendous tandem in the Marcel and the Hirara, so it's not really a problem. But GEEKAY are quick with it. They go ahead and pick up the Paquito. Let's see if they'll still go for the Eudora, or if they'll... Oh, Melissa actually might be great.
Yeah, you already have your Paquito, you already have your Barretts, that is free for you. And I don't think that they will want to pick up the... Oh, okay, so they just pick up the Eudora. All right, ONIC.
It's Q-Dora, it's Q-God, man.
Q-Dora, Yep. Okay, so ONIC, is this Melissa or will it be Esmeralda? So that... Oh, Esmeralda's banned. So we might actually see Lupi play a different kind of hero or a substitute to the Uranus as well as the Esmeralda, but I can't think of anything else actually. So they might change this up. What else is what? It's a Loi. All right, so here's the thought. There was a time when I was working with
rusak guys,
that was a long time ago. Coach Yeb likes to play, and ONIC in general likes to play Loi against Barretts because the idea is Barretts will always be in front, and you will always have a vessel for the duality passive.
Yeah.
As well as the dispersion is what it's called. Yeah, dispersion. To always hit and ricochet to the other members of your opponent. So probably is the idea. But to pick it up third pick, that is quite interesting actually for ONIC.
Well, as you put it, it makes it easier in terms of the team fighting. They're expecting that there's going to be a lot of front to back action here, but I think what ONIC might have overlooked is the way Kwanok plays this Eudora is he makes the front to back look like it doesn't even exist. He'll flicker forward, he'll get that combo off, and then it forces the formation break. Or ONIC are going to be looking towards taking care of their map incredibly well and just maximizing the speed of rotations that you could get with the Loi and the Marcel together. Let's see. Maybe they've cooked up some very unique takes here and a combination with the Loi pickup. Now they're losing their gold lane options. The Melissa gets banned out here by GEEKAY. Still, if they're leaning towards front to back and looking at the dispersion, and they need a little bit more shred, they might be keen on picking up the carry a little bit later. Maybe even the Clint should still be good. Play the front to back and allow Kelra to freely hit from behind.
Yeah. I think it's more worth it to get the Kelra hero now and just wait for the Lupi hero afterwards. But then again, since you're playing Kelra, you might as well give Kelra the best hero for their last pick. So I'm thinking of a tank hero could fit. Maybe Teresa actually for Lutpi.
Oh yeah.
What other tanky dude can be in the front lines? Baksha.
Oh.
That's a tanky dude.
Yep. Is it? Wait, it's an XP Baksha?
Yep.
Oh, they're throwing it way back. This is some M2 level tradings in the EXP with Baksha and Paris in the EXP. We go way back, and now here comes Ling making a comeback. It's a golden Paquito. This might be tough for the Ling, not gonna lie.
On the contrary, I can see it. I see the vision.
Because they don't have any catch? Like hard single target catch?
Yeah, 100%. And also, Louis hates playing against the Ling. When Louis was the top picked hero, Ling will always be the tech pick against that. So that could be an option. Now, Paquito, what will you now pick, Kellera, up against that hero? Well, Brody is available, and I think it's a very safe pick. They go for the Ruby.
Whoa.
Actually, one of the traditional answers to the Ling.
Yeah?
Not gonna lie, I think I like GEEKAY ESPORTS' lineup better.
Yeah, it's very sound ideas around it. Maybe just maybe this early low-E priority might be good. ONIC might be playing a little bit, but you see the vision and the idea behind it. While GEEKAY go for just something a little bit more familiar and something we're a little bit more used to. But Ruby's in the gold lane, especially if it's gonna build full damage, I feel like has been a nightmare for many of us, surprisingly going up against it in our end games where we're suddenly always wondering, why can't we kill this Ruby, and why does it hurt like a truck? Maybe that's what they're banking on ONIC and what they're hoping this Ruby could be. But if we just follow the current trends of the metagame, GEEKAY looks like they might be on the way to forcing a game 3.
Yep. See how good they are with it. All right. There's something that we will be able to discover after this game. How powerful is it on the EXP lane? And already we're seeing some benefit for picking up this backshot with this leashing. Actually, is one of the best heroes to actually leash for your jungler. And up against that, there was a time, and I'm not gonna lie, there was a time the backshot was the answer to the bats. And that was around M2, around Season 6, in fact. Because of the anti-heal properties, and you generally don't care about each other. But if you get hit by Lutpi's plates, you can easily be taken out eventually.
Shen might be the first one taken out of here. Perfect stun there by Quanok to stop Kyrie and Kaboy from completing the kill onto that Belleric. But ONIC did get a small win. They forced out the flicker from the Belleric. So no surprise takes here. And let's see, maybe, if I remember correctly, the box for the last time we saw it, it had one simple job. Especially in the EXP lane, back in M2, you just keep diving the back line. You drop down that poisons, you break that formation, and then now all hell breaks loose for the opposing team.
Wonder where...
Because it can survive the burst of the Eudora.
Yes. There's not much to jump onto apart from the Eudora. But you do have that extra anti-heal that can also be a problem for both the Paquito as well as this Barats. And of course, the Belleric. What I'm concerned about is how will ONIC actually play this Louis? Like, where does it stand? Is this a diversion play? Okay, why is Quanok there? We don't know. But they did take out Quanok, which is a really good trade for ONIC. Now they will take the turtle with it.
So much tanky boys right in front of you. The Paquito and the Ruby aren't even here just yet. And look at Aizen melting, struggling to get away from this backshot. But you still have Xenobomba close by. He looks like he went in a little bit too early. He still has the retribution. The last hit onto that turtle. Lutpi now trying to run away from this. Yaga gets a kill onto Carry. Lutpi brought down really low, but GEEKAY ESPORTS decide to back off.
All things considered, I think they have the better trade-off. They were able to feed a kill, an assist for Xeno, a kill for Yaga, the gold laner. They denied some minions away from the Baxia. So Aizen was quick to react up to the top lane. There's a teleport play. Not going to be able to take down Quanok. Quanok is still level 3 at this point, now level 4. That death up top was really detrimental to the levels and the experience of this Eudora. However, GEEKAY Esports gonna be happy with whatever happened. Every time the link does not die in neutral objectives, it's good.
Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, Yaga gets spotted out. Kyrie, Sans, and Kelra. The teamwork to get a kill onto the gold lane Paquito. Will be opening up a little bit more room for Kelra to farm in the bottom lane, expediting the process of his farm.
Looking sweet now for ONIC.
Ini kalau dia misalkan pick Marcel dulu terus ada pick Link ya,
Being fed one assist
kocak
as
sih.
well.
Gua nggak lihat jujur-jujuran.
To get a double lane setup for himself. And the good thing about this Ruby is that it's very spammable. They want to go for Aizen. Tanky dude.
No.
Yep, not the best target to actually try to eliminate at this point.
They whittle him down a bit, somewhat. Yaga gets a couple of hits there on the turret, getting a little bit more gold for himself to recover. Bomba, Zeno gets the gold crab. I don't know why. I think it's just because we are so used to calling Kid Bomba Bomba that I can't help but call Zeno Bomba just Bomba also.
Yeah. It's Bomba sanity just recently because of the achievements of Kid Bomba, but again, Turtle, neutral objective, very important in here. I think they'll use the Louis just to transport the Baxia into that fight. Okay, so that's exactly what's gonna happen here for ONIC. Diversion is just used to really just an express way for the split pushers of ONIC to get into the neutral objectives, which will now commence.
The fight breaks off. Shake is taken out. Oh, Aizen missed the detonate as well. This could be really massive. But the missiles and the knockback brings ONIC a little bit closer to victory, actually, even though they're the ones that get hit by it. And Turtle number 2 will be going to ONIC. Let's see if they can build that into an even bigger win as Yaga is trying to clear the minion wave in the bottom lane. Lupi decides to go in for the dive. A little bit of a step in the flicker, but they decide to grab the tower. Instead, Yaga falls to ONIC. After Turtle.
Five people in for ONIC. They take out 2. They will be able to take that turret as well. Zeno just decides to split push. Smart play coming out from Zeno, given what is the situation there for their team, as was a quick elimination onto Shen. And don't run Wolf King from Kelra. It's perfect. Lupi now, it comes Kelra once again, snagging Quanok. Quanok is down. Now they wanted for the Grab of the Giant, but it comes the golden hour to counter the play. Coming up from GEEKAY Esports, trapping 2, and of course, the Louis with prepped up duality passive.
Kiboy, Kyrie masuk gua. Kiboy sih. Si Bomba maju juga nih.
Misses the shot. Kyrie is gonna survive despite him diving too deep. And ONIC is showing us a new tech with this Louis in combination with this.
Kiboy. Ini Baba Yaga ngapain dir? Paksa clear lane kah? Lagi nih, Aurora. Flicker gua tuh, boleh lihat.
But with Aizen, Zeno, and Shen all healthy, Kelra, Sans, and Kyrie all back off. This combination is nasty. From
Item.
like it will suck you in. It will just group
Lutfi, gue baru ngeh Lutfi Baxia, Baxia XP. Baxia buat lawan siapa? Barat bisa ya. Gue kira bakal anjir ya juga ya. Tahu sih awalnya flex sih pasti. Baxia dulu sih, dia nggak kepikiran Marcel sih. Kayaknya gitu ya draftnya ya. iPhone Coupe barista. Wih, teleport ke mid gear. Lah ketahuan. Hah? Kok ketahuan? 740 ya guys, ingetin ya. 745 dah, bukan ingat replaynya kok. Ketahuan sih. Langsung react gitu jujur. Ketahuan dari mana tuh? Apa gue yang gak fokus guys? Dari tadi sih gue jujur gak fokus. Udah ngerjain laporan cok soalnya sorry dah guys. Ya di GEEKAY mah main-mainan ONIC semua ini mancok. Hero-hero juga hero gendongnya cuman link anjing. Iya elah. Link bisa apa di ini guys? Jadi biru. Ulti gua link. Ya ada damak. Baru jadi haskell mah berseker cuy. iPhone coupe barista main-mainannya ONIC 2822 udah 6.000 ya network diff-nya. Buat diff-nya udah 6.000. By the way, kalau di custom turnamen gini apakah patch sudah mengikuti yang baru guys? Gue jujur baru lihat buka ML ternyata udah update patch. Boy, nyari stuff.
Yeah, it's a problem for GEEKAY because they're literally immobile against all of this crowd control, the constant procs of the duality and dispersion coming in from Sans and his low Yi. If you blink and look at if you squint and look at it a certain way,
Which flicker semua. Which Quanok bisa kita bantai. Tidak ada flicker. Mana? Which paku flicker mana? Paku flicker bener? Iya elah. Tah ulti kemana jir? Si bro nyari jauh banget.
And you can see the reaction coming out from ONIC as if they were expecting Yaga to go in. The moment that the Paquito
suruh luling lawan beginian anjing. Dan Marcel lawan Ruby. Main sini luling ya. Download gamenya. Sedangkan Kairi di sini enak banget ya. CC fixnya cuman Belerik yang nyesain sih. Sama Dino lah. Yang mungkin tidak expect ya gimana gerakannya.
And ONIC, Coach Yeb, CW will never doubt you again.
They have cooked. I guess it works out very well for them too that it's into a lineup with a Paquito gold lane.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see how this lineup would have fared with a longer distance poke marksman, but I feel like it also might not have made that much of a difference. ONIC would have just continued diving, continued fighting.
This is the Hail Mary play. Look at Shen.
Oke, Nova di buff Gord di nerf ternyata.
But there will be flicker for Suns and the rest of ONIC available as well. Let's see how can GEEKAY Esports cope this time.
Shen, good seal. He'll have the flicker. He tosses it out. It doesn't get everyone, but it gets enough.
Ya, ulti link for nothing. Sudah saatnya kalah saja. iPhone kuping. Mania. Berestanane. Saya kelar guys match hari ini ya. Pas banget 5 jam. BTW gue pendek 747 tadi guys ya. Bagus ya kok bisa ketahuan ya. Ada dari bentar. Ketahuan anjing. Tahu dari mana dia?
Practically. Yeah, look at this.
I mean, yeah, he literally grabs
right. Yep,
dari mana anjing? Dia masuk duluan ya. Beleriknya. Mata masih kah? Masih mata kah?
Yep, Sans again. Sans is more like a
langsung pede gitu ya.
ride hailing app.
Masih mata apa guys?
Yeah, look at this. I mean, yeah, he literally grabs his team with him.
Yeah.
And takes them wherever they want to go. Oh, but here comes pedal to the metal.
Masih mata dah harusnya ya itu ya. Itu harusnya gara-gara mata sih. Kalau bukan mata sih spring bagi lo boy.
From the turtle, it's all 3 turtles going to ONIC in game number 2.
Gue pengen coba ini dulu sih.
Now force the issue into the
Kajak kayak gini kajak.
Busted. But
Karena match ini sudah selesai ya.
what's next? Again, it's like 3-4 weeks, maybe the midway through the next MPL season. Suddenly there's a team bringing back full-on Ubis somehow, but this meta game, just when we thought we have settled in.
Ya, karena match hari ini sudah selesai dan gue juga sangat tidak fokus untuk live stream hari ini sebenarnya. Lagi nyusun laporan soalnya thank you guys yang udah mampir ya. Siapapun itu, bye bye, see you in the next stream. Semoga gue bisa lebih fokus karena harusnya setelah laporan selesai itu lebih freedom gue guys ya. Bye, see you in the next stream, bye bye.
Old answer to it, what's the baksha and the EX plate?